Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth, and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Oath or affirmation. Announcements by the President.
Honorable Senators, leave of absence has been granted to Senator the Honorable Dr. Amory Brown and Senator the Honorable Donna Cox, both of whom are out of the country. Honorable Senators, I have received the following correspondence from Her Excellency the President, Paula Mae Weeks, ORTT. The Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago by Her Excellency Paula Mae Weeks, ORTT, President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. To Mr. Ndale Young. Whereas Senator the Honorable Dr. Amory Brown is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of his absence from Trinidad and Tobago. Now, therefore, I, Paula Mae Weeks, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(a) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Acting Prime Minister, do hereby appoint you, Ndale Young, to be a member of the Senate temporarily, with effect from the 21st of June 2022, and continuing during the absence from Trinidad and Tobago of the said Senator the Honorable Dr. Amory Brown. Given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the office of the President St. Anne's this 15th day of June, 2022. To Ms. Yukima Bethelmy. Whereas Senator the Honorable Donna Cox is incapable of performing her duties as a senator by reason of her absence from Trinidad and Tobago. Now, therefore, I, Paula Mae Weeks, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(a) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Acting Prime Minister, do hereby appoint you, Yukima Bethelmy, to be a member of the Senate temporarily, with effect from the 21st of June 2022, and continuing during the absence from Trinidad and Tobago of Senator the Honorable Donna Cox. Given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the office of the President St. Anne's this 15th day of June 2022. Honorable Senators, Senators are required to take the oath.
I, Ndale Young, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do solemnly affirm that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities
and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, upon which I am about to enter.
Questions on notice. Questions for oral answer.
Acting Leader of Government Business.
The government is in a position to answer all 3 oral questions on the order paper.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, question number 104 to the Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries.
Minister in the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries.
Thank you, Madam President. The Commissioner of State Lands visited the site of the land in question in February 2022, together with officers from the Ministry's Surveys and Mapping Division, the Land Settlement Agency, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, and the Arima Borough Council. Pursuant to the site visit, the Ministry's Survey and Mapping Division conducted the relevant title searches on the identified parcel, and it was confirmed that the parcel in question is privately owned and is not state land. The said parcel is contiguous to state land, and the Commissioner of State Lands has been asked to remain vigilant to any adverse possession of the contiguous state land parcel. However, at this time, since this is private land, it is not a matter for the government to resolve, but a private dispute which will have to be settled among the parties involved.
Senator Mark.
Madam President, may I ask the Honorable Minister whether he can bring this Senate up to speed or up to date with any incursion whatsoever by illegal squatters onto the state lands that is adjacent to the private property that he mentioned, whether since this development.
Yeah. Senator Mark, I've heard enough to let you know that that question is not allowed based on the response that was given by the Minister.
Thank you. Can I go on to question 105? With your leave? Yeah. Question 105 to the Minister of Trade and Industry.
Minister of Trade and Industry.
The most recent data outlined in the Monetary Policy Report, May 2022, published by the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, revealed that in March 2022, the year-on-year headline inflation was 4.1%. Core inflation year-on-year was 3.2%, and food inflation year-on-year was 7.9%. Additionally, monthly headline inflation in March 2022 was recorded at 0%, monthly core inflation was 0%, and monthly food price inflation was minus 0.2%, showing that inflation in Trinidad and Tobago, this is in March 2022, which is basically imported inflation, was leveling off in March. However, the effect on inflation of the war in Ukraine and other supply chain disruptions is far-reaching and unpredictable, so we in Trinidad and Tobago need to be vigilant. The Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, in its report, indicated that supply-side factors such as the acceleration in international food prices, higher shipping costs, and logistical delays had notable pass-through to domestic prices, hence leading to an increased inflationary environment. Generally, global inflation is on the rise. In the United States of America, inflation in May 2022 accelerated to a 40-year high of 8.6% on account of higher energy and food prices. Similarly, in the euro area, inflation in May 2022 was recorded at 8.1%, largely driven by high energy and food prices, supply bottlenecks, and the normalization of demand as economies reopened. Inflation in Trinidad and Tobago at this time, at 4.1% year on year, is thus well below the USA, but is a cause for concern because we are not immune from global events. Internationally, food prices have been rising. The United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization Food Price Index, which tracks the international prices of various food items such as cereals, meat, vegetable oils, dairy products, and sugar, averaged 98.1 points in 2020, rising to 125.7 points in 2021, accounting for a 28.1% increase over the period. This upward trend continued in 2022, rising to 135.6 points in January, further escalating in March at a high of 159.7 points, before slightly decreasing in April and May at 158.3 points and 157.4 points, respectively. Overall, the index level in May 2022, 157.4 points, represented an increase of 21.8 points, 16.1% that is, from January 2022, and surpasses the highest level of the index since 2011, where it valued 131.9 points. In light of the international inflationary environment, Trinidad and Tobago is thus experiencing imported inflation, since the country is dependent on imports of food and other consumer products from international trading partners and several supply-side factors which have caused prices to rise internationally. Factors contributing to rising prices globally. The COVID-19 pandemic has led to increases in food prices internationally and affected prices of some goods locally on account of the following factors: disruption in supply chains on account of early quarantine and lockdown measures during the pandemic, shortage in shipping containers, which has caused an increase in freight shipping rates and transportation costs. Indeed, data from the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, April 2021 policy brief reported that some ocean freight rates have increased by as much as 443% since the start of the pandemic in 2020. Adverse weather conditions, such as floods and wildfires in major agriculture and food-producing countries, including the United States, Canada, Australia, and European countries. These conditions have negatively affected crops, causing a rise in food prices. The Food and Agricultural Organization estimated that international food and feed prices could rise between 8 and 20%.
Minister, your time has expired. Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, in light of what the Honourable Minister has stated, can the Minister indicate what specific measures will the government be adopting to address rising food prices as have been identified by the Honourable Minister, to address, the growing human challenges? Can the Minister share with us?
Minister.
So government has been working proactively to monitor and address rising food prices. During fiscal 2021, the government implemented several measures to address rising prices. The zero rating of basic food items, VAT was removed from a list of basic food items as announced in the fiscal 22 national budget presentation. The suspension of the CET on basic food items. Government also pursued a continued suspension of the CET on a list of 20 basic food items. And these initiatives will keep prices and these items affordable for consumers. Increased supply of forex via Exim Bank Limited. The government has increased the supply of foreign exchange under the Exim Bank to address the financing constraints faced by manufacturers and importers. And there has been an accumulated disbursement of $650 million US made available under two facilities, the Forex facility for manufacturers and the Forex allocation system for the importation of raw materials, basic food items and essential goods. Also, the agriculture stimulus program, we are committed to, as a government, to boosting agricultural output in Trinidad and Tobago. To this end, the government is currently implementing a $300 million agriculture stimulus program package, also strengthening the linkages between industry and agriculture. The SME stimulus loan facility, the SME stimulus guaranteed loan facility is a government-based sponsored loan program of up to $300 million to help micro, small, and medium-sized businesses impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic to another government guaranteed and long-term SME loan facility of up to $500 million TT in SME loan guarantees will soon be launched. In addition, there's also the Export Booster Initiative, where the government is working in collaboration with the Trinidad and Tobago Manufacturers Association and Export TT. This Export Booster Initiative, a flagship program, was allocated $37 million in fiscal 2022, and this EBI will assist the TTMA in reaching its goal of doubling the value of non-energy manufacturing exports. And also, of course, the food price monitoring mechanism by the Consumer Affairs Division of the Ministry of Trade and Industry.
Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, can the Minister share with the Senate how, at this time, the government's allocation of $300 million stimulus agricultural package would have contributed to higher agricultural production, thereby reducing basic prices of local fruits, vegetables, and maybe root crops. Is the Minister in a position to share with us?
Minister.
Yes, thank you. Whilst member, I do not have the details with me, I can give you the assurance, and this is based on the number of food markets that there are around the country with available food and agricultural produce in general available at very, very reasonable prices, and this is all across the country, these food markets. In addition to which, during the COVID period, there would have been thousands of food pampers, again consisting of food item, basic vegetable and produce, and also poultry available to consumers. There's every evidence that there is an increase in the levels of production of food items, including fruit and vegetable items.
Can I ask the Honourable Minister whether it is the government's policy to examine the further zero rating of food that fall under and in fact captures at this time the 12.5% VAT? Is the government seeking to examine that element to bring those products more available to the consumers at this time, Madam President?
Minister.
As said to you before, at the fiscal 2022 national budget presentation, quite a lengthy list of items was on offer for the zero rating of basic food items. It was quite a lengthy list, but I know this government is quite concerned about the population and the effect of increasing prices, and we will always have in mind the needs of the population, and of course these matters will remain before us always.
As the Minister is aware, condensed milk attracts about 30% import duties at this time. Can I ask the Minister, through you, Madam President, whether it is the intention of the government to look at further suspensions of the CET so that products such as condensed milk can be imported at a reduced price for our consumers.
Minister?
Yeah. Yes, there is a 30% duty on condensed milk, but that 30% duty is imposed on extra-regional condensed milk. At this time, condensed milk is available and it's now produced in Jamaica in volumes that can feed the entire region, and therefore no duties are applied on this particular item that is produced within the region, specifically in Jamaica. So there is no duty on condensed milk from Jamaica.
Yeah. Next question, Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. Question number 106 to the Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries.
Minister in the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I wish to inform the Senate that a similar question to this was answered in the other place. Therefore, I will be reiterating the same information that was delivered there. A total of 8,855 former employees of Caroni 1975 Limited were entitled to a residential service lot as part of the VSEP packages offered. To date, 5,037 beneficiaries have been allocated to various estates and are at different stages in the process of receiving their leases. From this figure, 4,764 leases have been executed. However, 44 of these leases are at Caroni awaiting collection. 273 beneficiaries have not yet completed the process at Caroni or are awaiting letters of administration. The number of persons who remain outstanding for residential leases is 3,818. With respect to agricultural leases, a total of 7,246 persons were entitled to these parcels of lands. From this figure, 127 persons reached an agreement with the state and were compensated for their land. The majority of the remaining 7,119 agricultural leases have been completed, and the number of agricultural leases outstanding is 577. Madam President, some of the main reasons hindering the completion of agricultural leases include, but are not limited to, the following: incorrect contact information for former Caroni VSEP workers, issues relating to estates of deceased former Caroni VSEP workers, persons missing or imprisoned, and awaiting additional information from former Caroni VSEP workers. In light of the aforementioned, the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, through the Office of the Commissioner of State Lands, continues to work assiduously with the Caroni 1975 Limited and EMBD to ensure that the proper process is followed and that all outstanding residential and agricultural lots owing to former Caroni Limited employees are delivered in the shortest possible time.
Senator Mark.
Madam President, can the Minister indicate what specific measures have been taken by the ministry through the particular company to address this huge, outstanding number of agricultural plots that are yet to be delivered to these Carney workers, amounting, according to the minister, 7,119. Can the minister specify what measures to address the factors he has outlined in some way hindering this process? Can he share with us, Madam President, what is being done, rather?
Minister.
Very much, Madam President. The Office of the Commissioner of State Lands continues to work with Carney 1975 Limited and the EMBD company to address the issues outlined so that we can bring closure to this matter in the shortest possible time.
Madam President, can I ask?
Yes.
Yeah. Can I ask the Honourable Minister whether he would consider incorporating the union, the All Trinidad General and Factory Trade Union that formerly represented the workers of Carney 1975 Limited to assist in having this matter speeded up and at least address some of these factors that seem to be giving the agencies of state some challenges. Would you consider that request? Madam President?
Thank you very much, Madam President. Senator Mark, thank you very much for the suggestion. As I indicated before, as we work with Carney 1975 Limited and EMBD, if this is something that can be taken on board, then we will consider it at that particular point in time. But like I said, we are working with Carney 1975 Limited, which is the entity, and EMBD, which is the body responsible for assisting with these matters.
Madam President, if the Honourable Minister can explain whether the same factors affecting the distribution of agricultural plots are the same factors impacting on the residential plots, which amongst at this time, according to your information, outstanding 3,818 residential plots that have not yet been distributed to former Carney 1975 Limited workers. Can you share with us?
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question based on the response that had been given to the question. You have one more?
Yeah, one more, Madam
Yeah.
President. Madam President, can the minister indicate whether in his discussions with the EMBD as well as Carney 1975 Limited, have they given him, the Honourable Minister that is, any outline period for the settlement through the distribution of both agricultural and residential plots to these workers? Because as you are aware, many of them are dying and many of them have died. So could you tell us what time frame you would like to share with us, given your discussion with these agencies for bringing this process, I should say, to an end through you, Madam President?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Senator Mark has indicated in my original answer, given the issues outlined, which are not limited here to what I have spoken to today, and the nature of them, a specific time frame would be difficult to lock in. And that is why I've indicated, and we continue to work assiduously with these companies to do so and bring this matter to closure in the shortest possible time that it could be done.
Public business, government business, bills second reading.
Minister in the Ministry of Finance. Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bills of Exchange Act, Chapter 8231, be now read a second time. Madam President, payment systems sit at the heart of our economy. They allow money to flow between households and businesses, business to business, and also business to households, allowing the prompt and proper exchange of goods and services. This government is committed to ensuring that this Twin Island Republic payment systems are innovative, efficient, and effective, and they meet the needs of end users, taking advantage of technological developments as they arise. Checks continue to form a vital part of Trinidad and Tobago's payment landscape, accounting for 25% of all payments made by individuals in 2021. That is almost 1/5 of all outgoing payments made by sole traders, other micro businesses, and small businesses. The central bank, in conjunction with commercial banks, is considering the implementation of an electronic check clearing system, or ECCS, in Trinidad and Tobago. This system contemplates fully automated multilateral image and data file exchange among clearing institutions with electronic multilateral net settlement over the real-time gross settlement, or RTGS, system operated by the central bank. The objective would be to clear and settle based on the exchange of check images, thereby shortening check clearing times. Madam President, while there is no denying that there has been a decline in their use over the years, checks are still important for many receivers of grants, payments of income, small charities, voluntary organizations, and those members of our society who are often the most vulnerable. Before I discuss these new proposed amendments, Madam President, I shall briefly explain how the current check clearing system works. Under the current model, checks deposited into a bank are transported to the associated processing center known as a clearing house, where the essential details are physically passed to the bank of the customer who originally drew them, and parties agree on the net amounts to be cleared and settled on the basis of the check listings received the previous day. Finally, the checks are taken to the relevant processing center of the paying bank, which ensures that the check is genuine before releasing the funds. Of course, Madam President, this is an archaic system. It is outdated, and usually it takes about 6 working days for this process to be completed. The proposed new electronic check clearing system will reduce that to 2 working days, which is a significant improvement. The electronic check clearing system will also facilitate further innovation in the industry, for example, by enabling customers to pay checks through their respective mobile banking apps. It would seem a sensible, modern improvement to the current system. And Madam President, you have to remember that this government has promised from day one that digitization is going to be the heart of what it is we do in terms of improving the ease of doing business in Trinidad and Tobago. And this is but a small part of that. This bill before us today seeks to amend and upgrade the legal foundation of payments, particularly check payments, and provide for its regulation and oversight. These proposed amendments will work in tandem with the legislation already enacted and proclaimed, such as the Exchange Act, Chapter 8231, to target, govern, or rather seek to address the loopholes of the payment of money via check form, so that it not only provides it a less time-consuming process for persons to pay by check, but to support ongoing innovation in local payments while securing the future of checks. It is the hope of this government that these amendments, along with further measures to be put in place as consultations and discussions continue, will create further safeguards for the electronic checking clearing system, or not only allow more efficient banking for persons, but also that it allows for its occurrence in a safe manner. Madam President, with the introduction of e-check imaging, we will directly address the challenges currently facing the check system and continue to enable innovation to deliver wider benefits to consumers, businesses, and the banking industry, while ensuring that the electronic clearing of checks has no detrimental impact on check users. It makes provision for measures to achieve this by establishing a framework which will help to protect customers as the image clearing system rolls out. Through these proposed amendments, Madam President, the government identified 4 key benefits that electronic check clearing systems will offer to end users and the banking system. 1, as I stated earlier, speeding up clearing times from 6 working days to 2 working days. 2, increasing consumer convenience. 3, reducing operational costs. And 4, helping challenger banks to compete with incumbents. Of course, with greater competition, we have better services and more efficient services to end users. Madam President, under the current legislation, a paying bank has the right to demand that it is presented with the physical check before deciding whether to honor the payment. Pursuant to the introduction of the proposed Section 89A, Clause 5 of the bill, Madam President, the government proposes to remove this right of the paying bank and to render the electronic check image as equivalent to the original, where a check is presented for payment. The inclusion of Section 89B, Madam President, places the obligation on the drawer to present the physical check to begin processing of same and eliminates the burden of the drawee having to physically present the check to the bank for processing, a means of reducing processing times, Madam President. It will be necessary to amend the rights of the paying bank. Without this key legislative reform, financial institutions would be obliged to continue collecting physical checks from customers and to deliver them through the traditional paper-based infrastructure. The benefits of check imaging for the industry and end users would therefore be largely negated. Noteworthy, to safeguard this amendment, the framework established by Section 89A creates an added layer of protection which will address fraud through robust protections for financial inclusion and security. The paying bank will be able to request the paper instrument in exceptional cases, such as suspected fraud, whilst you do not have to physically present the check to the bank at first instance. Should the bank require, based on their internal checks for suspicious activity, there is a requirement for physical proof of the check. These amendments seek to assist citizens to overcome barriers to financial inclusion. These measures in unison, Madam President, would benefit citizens living in areas without ready access to a bank branch, people with limited mobility, or people who, due to work or other reasons, find difficulty to visit a branch during banking hours. By enacting these amendments, providing recipients of checks with greater convenience in how they deposit check imaging will cut down the time it takes for payment to complete. Madam President, this reminds me of work being done by my colleague in the other place, in La Joquita Talparo, the member. He recently opened the first, I believe it was ATM, in La Joquita Talparo, and it was well received. It was a reminder that not everyone in this country has easy access to financial services, and the passage of this bill will assist in many of our citizens to be able to access financial services in an electronic manner and form. Madam President, as legislators, we on this side believe that these amendments provide a backstop to increasing the efficiency of operating the payment system, will improve the sustainability of the check as a payment option that banks and building societies can continue to provide. Madam President, for types of fraud and error not designated in these amendments, the position will remain as at present, and in the event of the paying bank or drawer suffering a loss, they would not be able to rely on the new legislation to make a claim against the payee's bank. The paying bank would still be able to consider making a common law claim in restitution or conversion subject to the existing defenses. The central bank has taken various steps to reduce the use of such inefficient paper-based payment instruments through the introduction of several electronic payment options. However, the use of checks has only declined marginally over the past 5 years. In response, the bank has been working with the commercial banks to improve the efficiency of the check system and, at the same time, obtain and define replacement technology for the industry through the introduction of an electronic check clearing system, or ECCS. To this end, Central Bank and the Bankers Association of Trinidad and Tobago, or BAT, established a Check Clearing System Project Review Committee, or PRC, comprising persons appointed by the Central Bank and the members of the BATT to administer the project. A project manager consultant has also been retained to assist the PRC in deliberations regarding this project. One of the main requirements for implementation would be eliminating the physical presentment of checks for payment. This note considers the legal impediments to the implementation of the ECCS and proposes legislative amendments to address such impediments. Republic Bank Limited submitted a note containing a legislative review, which on April 10, 2018 was confirmed to be BAT's consolidated position. BAT's comments are discussed later. Legislative consideration. The following statutes were reviewed to ascertain whether they contained any legal impediments to the implementation of the ECCS and needed to be amended. 1. Bills of Exchange Act, Chapter 8231, the main legislation which we discuss here. 2. Negotiable Instruments or Dishonored Checks Act, Chapter 7952, the Evidence Act, Chapter 702, and 4. Electronic Transactions Act, Chapter 225. The Bills of Exchange Act, Chapter 8231. The Bills of Exchange Act, Chapter 8231, or BOEA, governs the law pertaining to, inter alia, the drawing, endorsement, negotiation, and presentment of checks. It should be noted here that the Bill of Exchange Act was first enacted in 1884 and is now more than 130 years old. Although the Bill of Exchange Act has been amended on several occasions, it is advised that the law as relating checks has evolved dramatically over the last century, and as such, a comprehensive review of the law relating to the two checks ought to be undertaken. This note will, however, remain focused on facilitating the electronic presentment of checks. The Bill of Exchange Act specifically contemplates the physical presentment of checks, in particular Section 45C and 52.4, provide that in order for a bill which includes a check to be duly presented for payment.
Madam President, if I may, we seem to have a bit of problems with projection reaching down this end. It's a bit late in the day, but, you know, people are having problems hearing.
Minister, I think that you just need to speak up a little so
louder.
that
Okay.
your voice can carry across.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes. The Bills of Exchange Act, Chapter 8231, Sections 45C and 52.4, provide that in order for a bill which includes a check to be duly presented for payment, presentment must be made by 1, by the holder or by some person authorized to receive payment on his behalf, 2, at a reasonable hour on a business day, and 3, at the proper place, either on the person designated by the bill as payer or to some person authorized to pay or refuse payment on his behalf. And B, Section 52(4) of the Bill of Exchange Act also requires that where a bill is presented for payment, the person presenting is required to exhibit and deliver up the bill to the paying party. On Section 45D states that a bill is presented at the proper place where 1, a place of payment is specified in the bill and the bill is there presented. 2, no place of payment is specified, but the address of the drawee or acceptor is given in the bill, and the bill is there presented. Or 3, no place of payment is specified and no address given, and the bill is presented at the drawee's or acceptor's place of business, if known, and if not, at this ordinary residence, if known, at his ordinary residence, if known. 4, if any other case, if presented to the drawee or acceptor wherever he can be found, or if presented at his last known place of business or residence. These provisions signify that a physical check is required to be presented at a physical location for payment. The Bill of Exchange Act would therefore have to be amended to relax this restriction in order to accommodate electronic presentment. We move on to legislative precedents. In order to determine the appropriate amendments to treat with the legal impediments to implementing the ECCS and eliminating the physical presentment of checks for payment, a review was conducted of legislation operating in jurisdictions with a similar legal framework to Trinidad and Tobago. Grenada, Canada, and the United Kingdom have introduced systems similar to the proposed ECCS and have amended their laws to facilitate same and provide a helpful guide on the required amendments to our BOEA. The legislative review of these jurisdictions are set out in the Schedules 1 to 4. Moving on to Part 2, Negotiable Instruments, Dishonored Checks, Act, Chapter 7952. The purpose of this act is to create and set out the essential elements of the offense of obtaining property or services by use of a dishonored check. Accordingly, the scope of the NIDCA is narrow. This act does not contain provisions in relation to what constitutes a check or the manner in which a check is drawn, endorsed, or presented for payment. This act does not define the term presentment or any derivative thereof, nor does it impose any statutory requirements for physical presentment. In this regard, it is submitted that based on the accepted principles of statutory interpretation, the courts would look at the BOEA for a definition of presentment, where the term is used in the NIDCA. As such, it is suggested, subject to the views of the Chief Parliamentary Counsel, that no amendments would be required to the NIDCA to facilitate electronic presentment. 3, the Evidence Act, Chapter 702. There may be instances that evidence concerning the ECCS, an electronic image of a check, may be required in civil or criminal matters being tried in court. In this regard, it is necessary to consider whether the introduction of electronic presentment in the BOEA would require any consequential amendments to the Evidence Act to allow the tendering of evidence in relation to electronic check images. It should be noted that the Evidence Act already contains provisions to allow tendering of computer records. Section 14B and 40 of the Evidence Act set out the requirements for tendering computer records in criminal and civil proceedings, respectively. It is envisaged that computers, along with the requisite peripherals connected thereto, would create, transmit, and read electronic images of checks for the purposes of electronic presentment of items for clearing. However, the operational requirements for the ECCS must meet the preconditions for tendering of computer records as evidence in both civil and criminal cases. Some of these preconditions are that A, there are no reasonable grounds for believing that the electronic image of the check or other information generated by the ECCS is inaccurate because of improper use of the computer. B, at all material times, the computer, including devices connected thereto and required for the ECCS, was operating properly, or if not, that any respect in which it was not operating properly or was out of operation was not such as to affect the production of the document or the accuracy of its contents. C, a certificate be provided identifying the document containing the statement and describing the manner in which it was produced, or giving such particulars of any device involved in the production of that document as may be appropriate for the purpose of showing that the document was produced by a computer and signed by a person occupying a responsible position in relation to the operation of the computer. Sections 14B and 40 of the Evidence Act also require the records to meet the standards set out in the relevant rules of court. These requirements for tendering of computer records must therefore be borne in mind when designing the ECCS. For example, the Civil Procedure Rules 2008, as amended, CPR governs procedure in civil matters. Part 30.5 deals with tendering of computer records and provides 1. This rule applies where the statement is admissible under Section 40 of the Act, admissibility of computer records. 2. The hearsay notice, which is a notice of intention to give hearsay evidence, must have annexed to it a copy of the document or the relevant part of the document containing the statement. 3. The hearsay notice must also contain A, particulars of 1. A person who had responsibility for the management of the relevant activities for which the computer was used during the material period. 2. A person who during that period had responsibility for the supply to the computer of the information reproduced in the statement of information from which that information was derived. And 3, a person who had responsibility for the operation of the computer during that period. And B, a statement whether or not the computer was operating properly throughout the material period, and if not, whether any failure to operate properly might have affected the production of the document containing the statement or the accuracy of its contents. Based on the foregoing, the Evidence Act already makes express provision for the recognition and use of records created by computers. As such, it is suggested, subject to the views of the CPC, that the Evidence Act does not require amendment in order to facilitate the ECCS or the presentment of an electronic image of a check. However, an amendment of the Bill of Exchange Act could be made to clarify that an electronic image of a check is admissible in evidence. Madam President, how much time do I have?
You finish at 17 minutes past 11. Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah.
4. The Electronic Transactions Act, Chapter 22(5). The Electronic Transactions Act, or ETA, was passed as omnibus legislation to give legal effect to electronic documents, electronic records, electronic signatures, and electronic transactions. It should be noted, however, that Section 6 of the ETA expressly provides that Parts 2, 3, and 4 of this Act shall not apply to any written law requiring writing, signatures, or original documents. 4. E. The recognition or endorsement of negotiable instruments. Checks are a subclass of negotiable instruments, and as such, the aforementioned provisions of the ETA would not apply. The disapplication of the ETA to the recognition or endorsement of checks does not appear to operate as a legal impediment to implementing the ECCS. This assertion is based on the fact that the ECCS will not affect the manner in which the checks are drawn or negotiated, but merely the manner in which they are presented by collecting banks to paying banks for encashment. Notwithstanding this assertion, out of an abundance of caution, a recommendation is made below for the amendment of the Bill of Exchange Act to address the legal recognition of electronic records created in relation to the narrow purpose of presentment of an electronic image of a check. In light of the foregoing, it is advised that no amendments to the ETA would be required, but a suitable amendment would be included in the Bill of Exchange Act to allow for the legal recognition of electronic check images. Madam President, at present, it is not necessary to impose additional due diligence obligations, as the amendments are designed to be enabling measures and will not compel any financial institutions to start capturing images against their wishes, but the introduction of Section 97, Clause 6 of the bill, Madam President, leaves room, subject to future collaborations and discussions with stakeholders, for regulations to be drafted to work in tandem with the legislation to strengthen the operations. Any change to the legislation must not have the unintended consequence of discouraging paying banks from continuing with the rigorous safeguards they currently put in place. There are certain checks that only a paying bank can currently carry out. Therefore, the new amendments, particularly of that pursuant to the introduction of Section 97, Clause 6 of the bill, will grant the Minister and Central Bank authority a power to make regulations to designate for the specific matters as it becomes necessary. These clauses set out above will amend outdated provisions in the statute that currently prevent the banking industry from digitizing parts of the check payment system. Once these legislative measures come into force, all financial institutions providing check services will in effect need to have facilities or access to facilities allowing them to accept check images. Madam President, that concludes my maiden voyage in this House when it comes to piloting this bill here, and I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bills of Exchange Act, Chapter 8231, be now read a second time. Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the bill before us, called the Bills of Exchange Amendment Bill 2022, is, as the Minister indicated, over 130 years old. It was last amended in 1979, some 40 years ago. So Trinidad and Tobago is extremely backward when it comes to modernizing and reforming the state, particularly the financial aspects of the state, or operations, I should say. The bill before us seeks to amend the Bills of Exchange Act to facilitate the implementation of an electronic check clearance system. As we know, Madam President, in Trinidad and Tobago, because of the backward nature of the system, and particularly when I talk about the system, the public sector has to be the focus of our attention. Because my understanding is that there is a lot of reformation and new technologies at the level of the private sector, and more so as it relates to the financial sector, Madam President. In Trinidad and Tobago, as we speak, the clearance of checks involves the actual physical checks being processed, well, delivered, and later on cleared. Now, what this bill is seeking to do, and I would say, Madam President, it has come 10, 15 years too late. The bill is seeking, Madam President, to remove the requirement to use the actual physical checks and to allow the use of electronic versions of the checks by banks for these purposes. So, Madam President, these amendments are really aimed at ensuring that when you present your physical checks at a bank, it can be scanned and there can be an electronic image being transmitted to the other bank or banker, which would allow, Madam President, to have credit being assigned to your account within 24 hours. Now, that could be perceived as an improvement on what exists today. Madam President, you would know that it takes sometimes between 4 and 7 days to have a physical check cleared and monies credited to your account. That is the state of backwardness that we have in the system today. And more so, Madam President, when it comes to the public sector, when it comes to the public service. Madam President, I listened some time ago to the Honorable Minister of Finance when he was presenting, where we were told on average between 2017 and 2021, we had an average of about 10 million physical checks in the system. And on an annual basis, we are told the value of those 10 million checks per year tallied at around over $250 billion. Over $250 billion. And Madam President, why should we in 2022 have such an activity and volume and value of that amount, of that quantum in our country? Madam President, I would hope that when the Honorable Minister is given his winding up, or when he is concluding, I should say, his presentation, he would give this Senate a status report on an IADB loan amounting to $40 million US, which was effected in 2017. To do what, Madam President? Madam President, we borrowed monies from the IADB to seek to bring about what is called an improvement in the system, Madam President, and to grant support or to extend support to establish an electronic payment system for the government of Trinidad and Tobago, which was aimed at effectively developing, implementing, and operationalizing an electronic payment system within the public service. So we would like to ask, Madam President, the Minister of Finance or the Minister in the Ministry of Finance to give this Senate a status report on this electronic payment system that was supposed to be implemented since 2017. And we are now in 2022, June, Madam President, and we are being told that 10 million checks are issued every year at a value of over $250 billion. And Madam President, the government of Trinidad and Tobago is the guilty party in this regard. The government operates mainly a checking system, a physical checking system in this country. There are some companies that also engage in that physical checking system, but they may be in the minority. But the bulk will be coming from the government. And Madam President, if I may give you a slight example before I move on. When you see tens, or I shouldn't say tens, Madam President, thousands of pensioners lining up outside of the Treasury to do what, Madam President? Collect a physical check. To collect a physical check in the sun, in the rain, when, Madam President, modern digital technology provides us with the opportunity to issue a card to these tens of thousands of pensioners, and they can go to the groceries. They can go wherever they want to go, Madam President, and in cash. So this is what this thing is about. We are trying to move away from the physical encashment, although we are being told in the legislation, Madam President, that you still have to walk. You still have to bring your physical checks to the bank. So the physical checking system is not being abolished. not in this piece of legislation. So what are we dealing with in 2022? This is a dinosaurial amendment. This is not going to really bring about any rapid modernization of the financial system as we know it today, Madam President. Madam President, I may not be like you. I may not be techno-savvy as you are. But I can tell you, based on the research that I've conducted, online banking is a reality in Trinidad and Tobago today. Online banking, where people can stay in their offices, and once they have the name of your bank and they have the name of your bank account, they can transmit to you cash. When I say cash, credit to your account if they owe you. So if you are a company, you have a company, Madam President, and you have to pay 100 workers, you don't have to give these 100 workers physical checks to go and in cash at a bank. That is something that is of the past. It happens in the government service. But in the private sector, Madam President, you can simply online credit your employees' accounts, and they can get their salary.
Madam President, on a point of order, please, 46-1.
Senator Martha, I'm going to uphold that objection and invocation of the standing order. I would ask you, please, to treat with what is in the bill. You've been given a lot of latitude, and you've put your presentation in context. I ask you now to be a little more specific to the bill, please.
Madam President, if you go, as my colleague, my colleague is trying to get me to get into the bill, but we are dealing with the policy. It's the policy we are dealing with. So, Madam President, just to satisfy my colleagues here, let's go to Clause 5 of the bill. Go to Clause 5 of the bill. Clause 5 introduces, Madam President, what is called a new section, 89A1. And what does that new section seek to accomplish? It really seeks, Madam President, to allow for a banker to present a check for payment to the banker on whom it is drawn by notifying him of its essential features by means of an electronic image instead of presenting the physical check itself. That is what this new section is seeking to establish. So you can go, as I said, Madam President, to your banker, you present your physical check, and your banker, through this amendment section, this new section, he can electronically scan, send an image to the bank that the check is made of to. You might be, somebody might make out a check who has an account with Republic Bank, and they make it out in my name. But I bank with Scotia. So I go to my bank, Scotia, to deposit this check. I present that check to the banker. What the banker does, Madam President, in this 89A1 of this bill that is before us, the banker is able to electronically scan my check with all its essential features as outlined in the legislation and have that transmitted to Republic Bank. Republic Bank, where the gentleman has issued a check from, on my behalf, gets it in a few minutes. And they are now, Madam President, able to look at the features, essential features of the check, and they can tell my banker, my Scotia banker, everything is okay. John Brown is in good order. He has money in his account. Everything is great. Credit my account. Credit my account. And that is what is being attempted in this section 89A, Madam President. And if you go to the language of it that is before us, it tells you that a banker under 89A subsection 1, a banker may present a check for payment to the bank on whom it is drawn by notifying him of its essential features by means of an electronic image instead of presenting the physical check itself, Madam President. So there's no need, Madam President, and the reason why I was trying to draw the example which I drew earlier is that even in the United Kingdom 10 years ago and places like the Bahamas, you have the capacity, Madam President, to get your check, go to your ATM, once the features are outlined as in the English law and in the Bahamian law, and get your check credited to your account. But because of online banking, that to many people is no longer necessary. You don't have to get involved in this physical exchange. You know, a checkbook costs you and myself $30.
Senator Mark, I'm not sure where you're going with this line of how you're proceeding. You know, the bill is very specific, Senator Mark. You've dealt a lot with policy issues, and you need to really treat with what this bill is dealing with, okay?
Doing. I just dealt with section 89A, subsection 1.
You did.
And I'm now going to
Senator
section...
Mark, hold on. You dealt with 89A1, and then you have now gone on.
No, I give an example.
Okay, but your examples also need to be a little more relevant to what we are treating with.
But, Madam President, let me not detain you. Let's go to the new section, another new section, called Section 89B of the legislation. Are you with me, Madam President, with 89B?
Senator Mark, I think I'm the only one with you right now. So, you continue.
Happy. I am happy because if everybody else is not with me, I am not interested in anybody else. I'm only interested in my president. My president is with me, I am happy. Madam President, let's go to 89B. 89B, which is a new section in the bill, seeks to provide that provision of the electronic image of the check does not constitute presentment of the check unless the banker first receives the physical check from that customer. That is what 89B is telling us. And if you look at the provision in the section tells you in 89B, Madam President, that provision of an electronic image of a check does not constitute presentment of the check under this particular 89A, unless the banker authorized to collect payment of the check on behalf of a customer first receives the physical check from that customer. So that is what this section is indicating, Madam President. In effect, Madam President, what this section is saying, it only allows for the presentment of electronic checks to the other banker for the purposes of clearing the checks. It therefore does not allow for customers to produce electronic checks to their bankers. Person would therefore, as I said, still be required to deposit what is called your physical checks into their bank accounts. So, Madam President, in Clause 6 of the legislation, it provides for a new Section 97, which will allow the minister, on the recommendations of the central bank, to make regulations. And it will also give the central bank the power to issue guidelines on any matter it considers necessary for the purposes of the Act. And if you go to this new Section 97, it tells you, Madam President, that the minister may, on the recommendations of the central bank and subject to negative resolution, make regulations for the purposes of this Act. And then the central bank may issue guidelines on any matter it considers necessary for the purposes of this Act. Madam President, I want to posit and submit to the Honorable Minister that we no longer have what is called freedom of information legislation covering the central bank. The central bank was removed by a man in administration back then from any inquiry from the public. So the central bank literally is isolated from the public of TNT. We have no access in terms of information. Now here we have the minister, conscious of that, is telling our parliament that on the recommendations of the central bank and subject to negative resolution, make regulations. Madam President, I would like the Honorable Minister to recognize that this is a parliament and we have the responsibility of oversight. We have the responsibility to scrutinize. We have the responsibility to hold the executive to book and to hold them to account. And therefore, we are advancing that this negative resolution is not adequate for the supervisory function and the oversight responsibility of the Parliament. And therefore, we are going to be proposing an amendment to this legislation to have, Madam President, negative replaced by the word affirmative. We want affirmative resolution in the legislation. We want the minister and the government to come to the Parliament and present their arguments as to why they are going to do what they are proposing to do in the instance. And by the way, Madam President, why this is also important is because the central bank is being given the power, and we know that they got the power under the Securities and Exchange Commission Act. We know that they have the power under the Financial Institution Act, where they can issue guidelines. But all of these things, Madam President, may have taken place before the central bank was removed from the purview of the Freedom of Information Act. So there's no way of us in the Parliament and the people of this country able to access information from the central bank. So it is against this background, when you give the central bank the power to make guidelines which will not be statutory in terms of an instrument, they don't have the power to make laws. That is not their role. It is the Parliament that has that function and that power. But what we are saying, Madam President, is that this negative resolution, we would like the government to reconsider that position. We know it is in the legislation, but times have changed, and we are calling for greater scrutiny and accountability in this particular regard, Madam President. So, Madam President, I believe that when we look at what is before us today, may I inform this honorable House that in 2004, Madam President, there was a white paper entitled Reform of the Financial System of Trinidad and Tobago. That was in 2004. And in 2004, the then government led by Patrick Manning, and may his soul rest in peace, set up a committee of high-ranking professionals in our country, and they brought forward a paper called a white paper on the reform of the financial system. And one of the recommendations they had put into this document was the establishment of a new national payments system in Trinidad and Tobago. That was in 2004, Madam President. Today, in 2022, June, we are coming with a piecemeal change to a 1884 piece of legislation, 130 years old. And the government is yet to bring, Madam President, as was proposed in this paper on reforming the financial system, a new national payment system for Trinidad and Tobago. All I ask the Minister of Finance to do, I have it. Go to South Africa. They have done a reformation of their entire financial system in terms of payments, Madam President. They have modernized their operations. We are still in the backwaters in 2022, Madam President. So, whilst in principle, we are saying that there are some adjustments we are putting forward for the government's consideration, we want to let the government know that the use of checks, Madam President, is declining everywhere. But we are bringing legislation in 2022 to ensure that we still have physical checks being presented, when, Madam President, that is something that is declining everywhere in the world today.
Madam President, sorry, 46.6, please. That is the exact opposite to what the bill is supposed to do.
Senator Moore, continue.
You will get a chance. Right. So, Madam President, all we are saying is that where physical checks are used, as I indicated, it takes several days, and the aim, as the Minister said earlier, is to reduce the period. Nobody can argue with a reduction of the period from 7 days to 2 days or to 1 day. We have no problem with that, Madam President. What we are saying, however, is that this matter that we are debating today has to be seen in the context of the state being very tardy in its application and its modernization efforts of their own public sector payment system, which remains largely manual. And we would have thought that the minister would have brought legislation showing us this loan that they took from the IADB for $40 million US dollars that we have reached, Madam President, 3/4 of the way to bringing about an electronic payment system in Trinidad and Tobago, insofar as public service is concerned. So, Madam President, I think that we have made the point that, yes, there will be some increase in efficiency, in speeding up the processing, I should say, of checks, and thereby reducing the number of days. Yes, we are recognizing in the legislation the introduction of sharing a digital copy of the check to the bank that it is drawn on. Yes, Madam President, it allows for the bank to reserve the right to request the original check prior to processing. All of these things are contained in the legislation in order to address matters, I would imagine, of fraud. Madam President, as we deal with physical checks, which is the aim of this bill, to try to see how we can reduce their volumes. Well, I wouldn't say their volumes. It is really to facilitate a speedier process as it relates to encashment of this particular instrument. Madam President, I would like the Honorable Minister, in his closing, to share with this Parliament in terms of fraud, because this is a challenge in the physical checking system apparatus, where you have fraud involved. And I would like the Minister to indicate to us, with all these essential features that we have established in the legislation, that is outlined in the legislation, what is the current reality in this country as it relates to fraud involving checking accounts? We need to get a status report on this particular measure as it relates to that particular situation that I have outlined, Madam President. Madam President, I think I'm going to be bringing my contribution to a close by indicating the following. The government needs to recognize we live in a world of online banking. We live in a world, Madam President, of credit cards. We live in a world
Madam
of
President,
debit cards.
46-1, please.
And there, Madam President, for the government to pay attention to what is taking place in our environment with a view to bringing about radical changes through changes in legislation so that, for instance, we can meet the challenges that we are faced with today from a modern point of view, a modernization point of view. So, Madam President, with these few words, I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to address this issue of the bills of exchange. And as we said, we believe that the government, while they are seeking to bring about some degree of speed and efficiency in accessing your credit, the whole process of physical checking accounts in our country is extremely dinosaurial, and we need to go forward with a modernization of the technology, digitally speaking, and encourage people to become more involved in online banking in our country and remove this physical manual arrangement that is currently in existence in our country. Madam President, I thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Senator Vieira.
Thank you, Madam President. Before I begin, I believe I heard the Minister mention that this was his maiden motion, so I would like to offer congratulations. Let me start off by saying that I agree with Senator Mark that perhaps this legislation doesn't go far enough. And I also agree that in this day and age, it is unacceptable for people, especially the elderly, to have to line up to get physical checks. Nonetheless, this legislation, which provides for an electronic clearing system that will allow banks to transfer funds using digital images of checks rather than the physical check itself, it's a step in the right direction. In essence, this bill caters for the changing nature of checks, which may now be processed as digital images customers can use via internet and online banking. Now, recently, while passing through an airport abroad, the restaurant I chose to have lunch at, they could not take cash from me. From placement of my order to payment via credit card, everything had to be done via iPad, even though I was physically there in the restaurant and wanted to pay. Again, when I started practice in the early 1980s, I would routinely order stacks of checkbooks from my bank to pay expenses and to generally run my practice. Today, I find that one checkbook will probably last me an entire year because fewer people are taking checks. I continue paying rent for my chambers using checks. But that's primarily out of habit and because I like the ritual of writing the check and delivering it personally. But my landlord views me with some amusement because, as he reminds me all the time, it's so much easier now to just make your payments automatically via electronic means. And he's right. And his generation are obviously a lot more comfortable with the notion of transitioning towards a cashless society. Now, there isn't much to say about this legislation other than it is an attempt to breathe new life into checks, which to a large extent were becoming passé, but which can now be accepted digitally. So this law will allow digital images of checks to be legitimately used as part of the payment system via internet and mobile banking. It also caters for the challenges and connotations posed by digital checks in terms of delivery of a bill of exchange and the rules regarding presentation for payment. And that is the purpose of the new section at Part 3A to be inserted in the Parent Act. Now, even though the trend internationally and here is towards cashless transactions, and even though some may regard checks as old-fashioned and costly, we should not be too quick to write them off. They remain an important business tool for persons like me who have not yet fully bought into the digital payment. And checks can also serve as a potential backup against cyber fraud, cyber attacks, power failures. Nonetheless, one can't help but recognize that we are today operating in a hybrid system, one that uses cash, checks, and other bills of exchange in tandem. But the reality is that cash and checks are becoming less used and relevant. Not just today, but for a while now, outside of the public service, most financial practices and transactions happen without cash, happen without checks. So this law is playing catch-up. And today, as we transition towards going cashless, we need to be even more vigilant with our hard-earned money, taking steps to guard against hacking, technological dependency, and economic inequality. So I join with Senator Mark in sharing the view that it is our hope that this legislation, which allows for legal recognition of electronic check images, will not be brought in isolation, but is going to form part of a suite dealing with cybercrime, cryptocurrencies, and enhanced data protection. Government, the central bank, the banking sector, and this parliament, we all have to work together in raising consumer awareness and implementation of digital security measures aimed at ensuring that electronic payments don't wind up in malicious hands. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that no one gets left behind, especially the aged, the computer challenged, and the unbanked. So as a start, perhaps customers need to be educated on how to stop a digital check. We need to strengthen our institutional systems and safeguards against glitches, outages, malfunctioning systems. We need special outreach efforts to bring those who may not have access to or who may be challenged by these new technologies and payment methods, bring them into the fold. They cannot be left to drift outside. And we need to help soften the impact against the poor and the unbanked and to guard against economic inequality. Madam President, if you want a glimpse into the future, just look at Sweden, which is gearing up to become the first cashless nation by this time next year. I thank you.
Acting Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And just to answer one question raised by Senator Mark, the Minister in the Ministry of Finance, Honorable Brian Manning, will be winding up. I am here just to deal with some specific issues, and I want to congratulate MP Manning for his maiden contribution. Excellent. Although I did tell him you have to talk a little closer into the mic. I have that problem myself, Senator Aye. It's easy to kind of drift away from the mic. So, Senator Mark made some points, not unexpectedly, because Senator Mark has a habit of rehashing things that have already been dealt with extensively in the other place. Some of the matters he rehashed, the Honorable Senator, were the issue of negative resolution, regulations made by negative resolution, and guidelines issued by the central bank. Those questions have already been asked and answered comprehensively. But let me reiterate that the use of negative resolution as opposed to affirmative resolution is done for a specific purpose. And one usually finds this form of words, this approach to the making of regulations with matters that are highly technical in nature. Affirmative resolution deals with more substantive policy issues. Negative resolution deals with technical matters. And the parent bill, the parent act that we are debating today in this Senate will already have dealt with the policy, and therefore the regulations can only be administrative in nature, and therefore there is no requirement to burden the Senate with a debate on such regulations unless the regulations are so offensive that a senator feels compelled to file a motion to negative the regulations, and then there's a full-fledged debate. So all bases are covered. So there's no requirement for affirmative resolution. Senator Mark also attempted to speak about the fact that the central bank was not covered by the Freedom of Information legislation and gave that as a reason why the central bank should not be allowed to make guidelines. Wholly irrelevant, because the issue is regulations are being made by negative resolution. The guidelines that the central bank will produce have already been used and done. This has been occurring, as I indicated, in the other place for donkey's years under the Central Bank Act, under the Freedom of Information Act, Financial Institutions Act. They have no force of law. So that is an incorrect statement made by Senator Mark, that the central bank will make law which the Parliament cannot look at or cannot interrogate because the central bank is a secret organization. That is nonsense. The guidelines would be purely administrative, and it is standard practice, and it is only expected that the regulator, because the central bank regulates commercial banking, and therefore the regulator must issue guidelines for the regulation of transactions such as checks. I was quite interested in the point that Senator Vieira made about whether checks will become a thing of the past. And I pulled up an article in the Financial Times, very recent article, July 2021, and it had this to say. Old-fashioned and costly. The title of the article is Why Checks Aren't Quite Dead Yet. Financial Times, July 30th, 2021. And it goes like this. Old-fashioned and costly. Checks are a remnant of a labor-intensive banking era, but there are strong reasons for keeping them. And what I'm about to read, I couldn't have said it better myself. Digital payments are not universally trusted and have repeatedly been shown to be vulnerable to fraud, cyber attack, and power failures. And moving on. The vulnerable and the elderly in particular still believe that checks are more reliable than electronic payments. There are no PIN numbers to remember and no need for a 20/20 vision to read numbers on a screen. The writer goes on to say a relative of hers does not trust the internet after reading so many reports of victims of banking fraud who failed to get their money back. So she insists on using checks. So there are many reasons why checks will remain, but there's no doubt, as the article goes on to say, that the authorities all over the world are seeking to phase out the use of paper checks because of the cost and the administrative burden in managing checks. What this bill seeks to do is to remove a significant element of that burden. Because at this point in time, if someone writes a check that is not written on the bank of the person receiving the check that the payment is made out to, so I write a Republic Bank check, but the person I write the check to banks with Scotiabank, a process called clearing of the check must take place. At the present time, everything is physical. So the person who writes the check writes the physical paper check, gives it to whoever they're making the check out to. That person goes into their bank, which is not the same bank, and that physical check now has to be transported all around the world, as it were. What this does is removes the transportation of the physical check from one bank to another. It also removes the requirement to store these millions of pieces of paper, so that the central bank has asked the banks to introduce this new regime from July. This is why we are here today. And this matter must be settled by the 30th of June in order to allow the new system to occur in July of 2022. What this will do, the person writing the check still has to use a paper check. When they deposit it in their bank, then the electronic imaging takes place, and the electronic image is then sent to the other bank, to the central bank, and so on. Some of you may have been contacted by your banks and told that you, in due course, will have to get new checkbooks because the central bank is standardizing the features on the checks. In fact, in particular, I got my new checkbooks recently, and one of the things I noticed is the way the date is listed. It's done in a particular way. I think it is year, month, day, or year, day, month. I'm not sure. But it was different to what was on the check before. So the central bank is now standardizing all of this. The commercial banks are now standardizing all of this and putting other security features on the checks to allow for as much integrity as possible in the electronic imaging that will take place from bank to bank. I want to stress there's no intention at this time to allow checks to be deposited by electronic means by, I would call them civilians, by ordinary people. Because that is a massive undertaking in terms of dealing with fraud. Because at least the check is written out to someone. It has certain distinctive features. There's a signature on it. It can be checked. But if you were to go to digital imaging, you could imagine with photoshopping and all these other techniques that people have of altering images, that the cyber security controls that banks will have to put in to ensure that they minimize or mitigate against fraud of electronic checks would be tremendous. So we need to walk before we can run. This is certainly a step towards that because it is done in other countries. But we need to beef up our security systems, cyber security systems in Trinidad and Tobago before we can allow persons to use electronic checks for individual use in the banking system. But this is a first step to allow the banks, because there is control there. Banks are regulated. There are all sorts of security systems in place with respect to banks put in by the said central bank, which will be issuing the new guidelines. With respect to electronic payments, I need to explain something, and I will give Senator Mark, probably for the first time in my life, the benefit of the doubt. And even if as I say that, I doubt myself. But I'm assuming that Senator Mark is just simply unaware of the complexities involved in electronic payments. The bulk of the government's payments is salaries and wages. 60,000, 70,000 or more persons receive their salaries and wages by way of checks. There are some entities where payments are already digital. URP, for example, people are paid not by check, but by way of a debit card. The money goes to their card, and they can withdraw from the card. So there are some elements within the government system where electronic payments is already taking place. But in terms of converting the payment system for 50 or 60,000 civil servants, members of the protective services, defense force, teaching service, etc., what Senator Mark may not have realized is that, as I just said, a check is written to a person, so there's a name on it. And therefore, you have the whole question of producing identification, your ID card, your driver's permit. You have the whole question of checking the signature, checking, make sure the words and figures match, all that sort of thing. If you move now from check payments to these 60,000 odd people to electronic, you have to get their bank account numbers. So you run into the first obstacle where people start to complain about personal and private information. So that's the first challenge, and we as a government, we're doing it. I just spoke to the head of the Treasury, and within the next month or so, the government will be moving towards a process of making payments to members of the civil service and the other services I spoke about electronically. But we first have to get their bank account numbers. So we will be having to inform the trade unions about this. We'll have to inform the individuals themselves about this. Hopefully, not too many people will object, and they will provide their bank account numbers. And then we can start the process of introducing electronic payments for wages and salaries for all these thousands of people. So the government is not sitting down. This is a complex issue. We want to do it. So I want to give honorable senators the assurance that we want to move towards electronic payments as far as is possible. Many Trinidadians and Tobagonians over the last couple of years have started to have confidence in electronic payments. I can speak for myself. If I have to hire a tradesman, a plumber, electrician to do something at my home, in the past, I would have to give that person cash or on some occasions write a check for those of them who had bank accounts and were prepared to take a check from me. But now, quite a few of these tradesmen are providing me with their banking details, and I can do an electronic transfer out of my personal online account to their personal online account. So there's definitely a change in the culture in Trinidad and Tobago. People find it easier and they're getting more confidence in it. But understand, within the public service, we'll have this tremendous task of getting all these bank account numbers, validating all of them, because it's very easy to make an error with a bank account number. One digit wrong, and that's it. The whole system crash. And in addition, some banks use different types of digitization with respect to their account numbers. I remember we had an issue with Scotiabank, where if the person looked at their bank statement, they would see a particular series of numbers, but for digital transactions, you had to add another 3 digits to the front of the series of numbers in order for the transaction to go through. Without those additional digits, the transaction was being rejected. So it's quite a complex exercise, but I would like to give honorable members the assurance, honorable senators, that this is what we plan to do. I suspect there will still be people who want to use checks. I use the examples of the elderly and the vulnerable who may not trust electronic systems, who may not have computers, who don't trust the internet, who, as I said, can't read the screen and so on. It may still occur. There will be a gradual phasing out as time goes by. But this bill, as Senator Vieira has pointed out, is a significant first step. I thank you, Madam President.
Senator Welch.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to speak on the Bills of Exchange Amendment Bill 2022. Madam President, I propose to be fairly brief on this bill and unusually not run out of time as I usually do. However, I feel compelled to make 1 or 2 comments on it. First of all, let me say I support the intention, the concept, and the philosophy behind this bill. However, I do have some concerns about it, which I shall express, but which does not detract from the advantages which I see are to be derived from it. So I will speak generally about those advantages first. Then, secondly, my concerns about it generally. and then I propose to look at some of the specific provisions themselves, which I think can be tightened up in some respects. Technology, digitization, and the way they do business. And that is to be applauded. However, in this particular realm of clearance of checks, it is not as a result of lack of initiative that they have not done so, but really they are hampered in some ways by the Bills of Exchange Act and its present provisions, because Section 45 of that the Bills of Exchange Act, as it exists, requires that a check must be physically presented in order for it to be cleared, and it must be physically presented at what is called in the legislation the proper place. And the proper place is defined in the Section 45 of the bill to be the known address of the banker that has to pay, or secondly, the address of the banker that is stated on the check on which the bank is run. So these provisions make life somewhat difficult in that they create and mandate that checks must be dealt with in the particular way that has come to be cumbersome and inconvenient. So the present legislation, which allows for clearance by the notification of an electronic image, has its many advantages. And some of them are very practical advantages to the small man as well. Because we live in a society where it is now known that to go to a bank with a check, with a paying bank with a check, you run the risk of leaving that bank and being robbed. So generally, the tendency now is for many persons to deposit checks into their personal account and to wait for the clearing system, because it is now risky to go directly to the paying bank. So you deposit it in your account, and you are caught between a rock and a hard place, because when it is deposited into the account, by reason of the Section 45, which I have referred to, you have an agonizing wait of, I heard some people say 4 days or 5 days. That's what my bank promises. But in reality, it is an agonizing wait of 7 days for that check to be taken from your bank to the other bank to ensure that there is sufficient funds and for it to be cleared. So, clearance by electronic imaging is a serious advantage. It is also a serious advantage not only to the everyday man, but to businesses which still accept checks. Because many businesses, the fact is, many businesses deposit their checks into their account, into their bank account. No business really worth its salt and which has a fair amount of activity sends a whole pile of checks to the paying bank to be cashed physically. So this new approach brings advantage to the individual person as well as it brings advantage to businesses which are still prepared to accept checks. So in that regard, I commend the initiative. I commend the philosophy behind it. And I support and concur with some of the expressions of the Honorable Minister of Finance. However, there are some limitations to its usefulness. One, and it may be regarded as a necessary limitation, but nevertheless, it is a limitation because the bank in which the check is deposited may, and that is the use of the language in the provisions, it has a discretion. It is not compelled. I can understand the avoidance of compelling a bank to do something, but at the same time, it reduces the effectiveness and the efficacy of the legislative measure. Because the bank may do it, may present the check by notification of its features to the other bank by electronic image. This legislation does not make it compulsory in any way. Quite often, why this may be relevant from a practical perspective is that a bank may feel more safe sending the physical check itself. But this does not only apply to the bank which is presenting, but the paying bank is also not compelled to accept notification by electronic imaging. According to the provisions of this proposed bill, a paying bank has an entire day, 24 hours after the image is presented to it electronically. That paying bank has 24 hours. And after 24 hours, it may call for and insist on the presentation of the physical check. So a day is gone and a day is wasted, after which the bank may still insist. This legislation in no way mandates the paying bank to accept the electronic image it receives from the bank to which it has to transfer the account. So it gives it a discretion to refuse. And what I think should happen with respect to a paying bank under this legislation is that there should be specified circumstances in which a paying bank may call for the actual physical presentation of the check. For instance, if there is some doubt, Madam President, by the paying bank of the electronic image, let us say there is some suggestion that there is a forgery, the electronic image, the handwriting on the check is not clear, there is an error with the date, there is something which does not look right, then in those circumstances, the paying bank should be given the option to call for the physical presentation of the check itself. But it seems to me, Madam President, to simply have a wide open provision which allows a paying bank to say no, without giving reason or for any reason, I am not accepting this check, is to defeat the usefulness of this legislation. The paying bank may just simply say, look, I am going to continue to do things the old way of doing them because this is what we are accustomed to, and this, as the Minister of Finance himself has pointed out, nothing better than the physical check itself when it comes to the elimination of the risk of fraud and reducing the reduction of fraud. So it may well be we may be engaging in a legislative exercise here, which in the final analysis is not put to use to the full extent that we wish to see, because there's all this leeway open to both banks, not to be compelled in any way to adopt this legislative measure. The other aspect of it, of this legislation, which calls for some critical analysis and which has been touched on, so which, Mr. Vice President, I wouldn't belabor, but nevertheless, it, to a large extent, constitutes a modernization of the obsolete, because that is where we are heading, with a reduction in the use of checks. And that is where we should go. And it is already taking place to a large and significant extent. As has already been pointed out, between individuals, you have online transfers, payment of utility bills. You can now do it on a website, as I did yesterday after some frustration, but nevertheless, you can sit at your desk and do it, scream a bit when something goes wrong and you have to do the whole process over or you have to become registered. But nevertheless, it is an example of where the world is going and why this legislation might be an exercise in a modernization of the obsolete. So you can pay utility bills in that way. And most important of all, nearly every business worth its salt, and from what I have seen, even some parlors, what we call parlors using the old language, even shops now have links machines. Transfer is immediate. You put in a card and the money immediately goes from your account to the recipient's account. That is what many businesses do. No personal checks accepted is a common sign. And therefore, you use your links card and the transfer is immediate. If you don't have money in the account, then the business doesn't have to suffer, wait 7 days to find out the check is dishonored and they can't find the customer who paid it. So, hence the reason this process of check issuance has been largely eliminated from day-to-day activity by businesses. And only recently we saw in the newspapers where a young lady was charged with several counts of fraud through dishonest checks. When businesses see that, they depart from it. So checks, for these reasons, it's going to become, to some extent, untrustworthy and reduce the usefulness of this exercise. I'm also concerned, Mr. Vice President, about the possibility of fraud this opens up. Because make no mistake, I have confidence in the overwhelming majority of bank employees. But there have been cases, and it's not an insignificant number, in which bank employees have engaged in fraud. Nothing like the real check itself when it is presented. You know, a bank can see the signature on the real check itself, they can hold the text here, they can examine it, and they can know for sure this is from my bank before they pay. An image has many means by which it can be created by a dishonesty within the banking system itself. And then my concern about that is, how is liability going to be determined? Who suffers the risk of the loss? does the bank have to, does the paying bank who took money out of its customer's account, are they to repay the customer? Or can they say, I am not liable, I am relying on legislation, which I'm following, the laws, which says on receipt of this image, I should pay. And therefore, the bank may take that position. What is to happen to the customer in those circumstances? And if they reimburse the customer because of such payment, how is the bank itself going to be indemnified? So it may well be a situation where that's another reason why paying banks may insist on the old system, and which can, to some extent, put these legislative measures, make them not reap the full advantage. It's a catch-22 situation. The electronic imaging system, it creates greater efficiency. But the chances of fraud are increased because the paying bank is not dealing with the check itself. And therefore, there needs to be some kind of provisions or some kind of legislative measures which can assist in that regard. How is loss to be borne as or indemnification, as opposed to saying, as I heard one of the contributors said, well, the common law is there to take action. That is not an attractive option if one wants to make this legislation friendly and attract banks and customers to fully engage in it. Because anytime there are disadvantages, if this legislation is to be useful, the persons who it most affect must have confidence in it when it is implemented. And if they don't, and if empirical evidence and examples emerge which warrant a lack of confidence, then we would have wasted some legislative time here, an agenda which could have been used for something with greater impact and more relevance. So we need to cater in this process for these measures and think futuristically as to the problems it may give rise to and address them while they can be addressed. Mr. Vice President, I would like to look briefly at some of the provisions themselves. And I have to confess, I'm sure it's going to be explained. And perhaps there is some matter which I'm overlooking in this regard, and therefore which I would welcome the explanation for. Because Clause 4, in particular, 74A, I'm not quite sure what is the purpose of it, what it is getting at, and how does it fit into this whole bill regarding notification by electronic image and clearance of checks by electronic images. At present, Section 45 of the Bills of Exchange Act defines where a check is to be presented. And it defines it as the proper place. The proper place is the known address of the bank or the address stated on the check itself. So proper place is legislated by the Bills of Exchange Act. And those provisions make sense. However, what Section 74 does, this proposed 74A does, it says, 74A, notwithstanding Section 45. So let's put aside Section 45, which explains what is a proper place and where a check must be presented. It says, notwithstanding Section 45, a banker may, by notice published in the Gazette, specify an address at which a check drawn on the banker may be presented. So, by this proposed 74A, it need not be presented at the bank or at the bank's known address or at the stated address on the check, because the bank may simply, by notice in the Gazette, specify just any place at which it can be presented. And 74AB goes on to say, effectively goes on to say, that whatever place the bank specify is to be regarded as a proper place for presentation. A check drawn on a banker is presented at a proper place if it is presented at an address specified by the banker under paragraph A1, which I just referred to. So this applies to the existing system, which will continue after this amendment is in place. It applies to, in its language, it applies to where one is still dealing with physical checks and presentation of the actual physical check. Why is the bank being given authority to change the place that is already prescribed for under Section 45? What is the mischief does this have in mind? What is the objective? Is a bank now entitled to say, for instance, because this has no restrictions, is a bank now entitled to say, for instance, a proper place can be a lotto booth, make an arrangement with a lotto booth and say that's the proper place, or the post office, etc.? Can a bank abuse this provision and seek to distance some of its operating affairs, commission it out to other places? Can it abuse this provision and therefore, if there is less work at the physical bank itself, it gives rise to the possibility of the bank using this measure to reduce staff further because we don't need any staff? Let the lotto booth or the post office or wherever it feels to gazette under this proposed Section 74 be a place at which checks can be paid. Perhaps it's an oversight on my part, but I think my concerns are warranted on the basis of the provision itself, how it is worded, and the effect. It is almost like if the bank is having a legislative power to add to the definition of proper place under Section 45, under Section 45 of the Act as it presently is. So I would like that to be looked at, explained, and if there is no real explanation for it, for 74A to simply be deleted instead of giving a bank that unrestricted power. Another Another concern I have about this same section, 74A, is the second part of it, which reads almost in a way, even though I know this is not the effect of it, but the way how it reads, I would be suggesting certain amendments at the committee stage to tighten up its reading, because it says the bank may designate anywhere as a proper place, notwithstanding Section 45. It almost sounds like if the bank may replace what is prescribed for by Section 45 with its own designation of places. So instead of notwithstanding Section 45 of the Bills of Exchange Act, I would like to see language which reads along the lines of, instead of notwithstanding, the opening words should read, in addition to proper place prescribed under Section 45, a bank may designate somewhere else as a proper place. And I would also like to see, before the new 74A1, which I would like to see that begin with the words, without prejudice to Section 45, without prejudice to Section 45D. A bank may designate other places. So then it is clear that these other places are in addition to what is catered for by Section 45 and not a substitution of the proper places already prescribed for by Section 45. I agree that on a strict interpretation, it does not have that effect. The bill does not have that effect. But that's how it comes across. That is how it looks. That is an interpretation one may possibly argue. And for the removal of all doubt, and to make it absolutely clear, I would propose an amendment in the way I have just suggested. Mr. Vice President, with respect to the provisions with which I agree, I think there can be some tightening up. 89A1, which is the main operative provision of this bill, says a banker may present a check for payment to the banker on which it is drawn by notifying him of its essential features by means of an electronic image, instead of presenting the physical check itself. However, nowhere in the proposed interpretation section is electronic image defined. One ought not to leave that for any wide interpretation by anyone because of the possibility which I have already alluded to of fraud. This legislation ought to define what electronic image is, and it ought not to leave it for custom. Electronic image, if it is to be restricted to a scanned version of the check by a scanner, a properly working scanner, then the legislation should say so, the proposed legislation. This is not a matter for regulations. Definitions of terms which are used in a bill or legislation is a matter for the interpretation section of the legislation. And I am not comfortable with legislation which reforms this process of check clearance in such a major way, but which nevertheless opens up the possibility of fraud, leaving the driving term in the legislation, the core term, electronic image, for interpretation according to custom or whatever. Is a photograph of it good enough with another camera, or must it be a scanned version? What is the paying bank supposed to be acting on? If only a scanning done at the bank is what is required, then say so. And a scanner on which the image of the bank where it is scanned is printed or something of that nature. Otherwise, we might have photography. Is a photograph good enough? The photograph can lead to the misuse of fraud. Bear in mind at all times, we are not dealing with the physical check, which is the safest thing. And if you are dealing with something less than what is safe, that something less must be properly defined and articulated in the provisions of the legislation. My other concern is that you communicate to the other bank by notifying that other bank of the essential features of the check. How is such notification to be done? If the intention why notifying is not explained here, or the means by which the notification is to be done, if it is because it is contemplated that the regulations would take care of that, then I have no difficulty with that. If, however, it is because there is an oversight, then I have difficulty with it. Because saying that the paying bank is to be notified by of the features of the check by electronic image is not to say or explain how the notification is to be done. Because, Madam President, I make the point because I have been involved in the prosecution of a matter in which there was communication to a bank to transfer funds. And I'm talking about major funds in US currency, which was done by fax. And it led to serious issues as to which bank is going to pay back the customer, etc., because it was all a fraud. So if you are introducing this new system of clearance, it has to be tightened up. And the provisions cannot simply say by notifying the paying bank of an electronic image without saying how is that bank to be notified. Is it by email to the bank's proper address, etc., by fax, whatever, scan, and however, I don't know. I'm not a banker and I'm not familiar with bank software.
Senator Welch, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. So I would like to see that dealt with. Also, this says I find it startling, 89A2, which reflects the point I am making. 89A2 says the electronic image need not be made at a proper place. That is the exact provisions of the proposed bill. It need not be made at a proper place. What does that mean? What that provision should be attempting to do is to expand the definition of proper places under Section 45 and modify that definition and adapt it to accommodate electronic images where exactly they must be sent. Because a paying bank may say, we didn't receive it in our proper place, we were not aware of it, You sent it to the Human Resource Department and not to the active banking division, etc. So I think it is erroneous and a major oversight to say that a bank is required to pay on receipt of notification of an electronic image, but the bank that is sending it need not send it to the proper place, because that is what it says here. 89, the proposed 89A2. And I will read it. 89A2. Where a check is presented for payment under this section, presentation need not be at a proper place or at a reasonable hour on a business day. So this bank now, the paying bank, after 24 hours must comply after it is presented. But the paying bank may not be even aware if it is presented, because this provision says it need not be presented at a proper place. That is not, in my perspective, acceptable. Proper place has to be, the definition under section 45 has to be expanded to accommodate the transfer of electronic images, and not make an exception for electronic images. They need not comply with section 45. As I said, there is the potential for too much fraud in the system to allow such a loose provision to be operative. So we need to have a specific destination of the paying bank where it is going to be sent. If the regulations that require banks to indicate what is their designated place to receive, then the regulations must do that in order to cater for this lacuna. And this provision must be changed to something of the nature, to a proper place as designated by the bank and informed officially by the bank. It also says, 89H3, I have an issue with. It says that even for the purposes where the drawing bank, where the paying bank is dishonoring a check.
Senator Welch, your time has expired. Minister of Public Administration.
Madam President, thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute briefly to this debate. When in 2020 the Prime Minister, the Honourable Dr. Keith Rowley, reported on the work of the Roadmap to Recovery Committee, he indicated that one of the key recommendations of the committee was that Trinidad and Tobago was to rebuild post-COVID on a platform of digital transformation. It was a pillar on which each sector's growth and development was to be built and developed, and to be the underpinning of our recovery and development thrust. It was for this reason that he created a ministry dedicated to digitally transforming the public service, but also a ministry designed to create a platform on which the whole of Trinidad and Tobago, public and private sector, could more fully embrace digitalization. This will become more evident as the work of that ministry and others is rolled out. It is also evident from the significant measures introduced in our last two national budgets, in which the Minister of Finance announced significant measures to provide relief to and to incentivize entrepreneurs to invest and promote digitalization. The bill that is before us today, the Bills of Exchange Amendment Bill 2022, is consistent with that thrust. It seeks to advance the way our financial institutions conduct what continues to remain a significant part of their daily activity, the check clearing system. In essence, what we are focused on is changing the way checks are processed to make the process more efficient and allow the recipients of check payments to get earlier access to their funds. That is, in a nutshell, what the bill is about. Checks are a written order to pay, issued and signed by the person making the payment and given to the person to whom the payment is being made. Via the check, the payer instructs his bank to withdraw money from his account and deposit it into the account of the person to whom the payment is made. The process of reading and transmitting the check data to complete the financial transaction is called check clearing. To truly understand what is occurring, one has to bear in mind that every day of the week, individuals, businesses, NGOs, and government agencies are writing checks to be paid out of accounts they hold in bank branches located in places spanning the breadth of Trinidad and Tobago, from Palo to Vieira to Point Fortin, from Toco to Icacos. These checks are first deposited by the recipients of the checks into their bank accounts. How do they get from there to funds being deposited into the account of the recipient? I will admit that prior to having to prepare for this debate, it is something I gave little thought to. Like so many other things in our lives, I took the process for granted and never focused on everything that the facilitating institutions have to do in order to fulfill that order to pay. On deposit, all checks are centralized, meaning each check from each branch throughout the country is brought to a central place by each of our banks. So Republic Bank has a central area, as does First Citizens, as does Scotiabank, as does Republic Bank. At the end of each business day, banks list the checks they receive and group them by bank, by the bank on which a check is drawn. They then physically send those checks to the respective paying banks. The paying banks then have to verify the authenticity of the checks, largely through signature verification, and must also confirm that there are sufficient funds in those accounts to settle the amounts on the checks. Then the amounts due by Bank A to Bank B and vice versa are agreed and settled. This is done through a check clearing house. The check clearing house is currently owned and operated by the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago. All commercial banks are participants in the check clearing house. Representatives of the commercial banks and the central bank meet on a daily basis at the clearing house. Fortunately, this can be done virtually, where bilateral liabilities are agreed based on the check listings received the previous day. Once there's agreement, the central bank computes the multilateral net settlement position of the system, which is processed and settled. The proceeds of these cleared and settled checks are available to payees 4 days after the check is received by the payer's bank. The magnitude of that task becomes evident when one considers the number of checks being processed by the banks. In developing countries, and I would repeat for the benefit of Senator Mark, in developing countries in general, not in Trinidad and Tobago specifically, checks continue to be the major payment mode, despite the existence of seemingly more efficient and more secure alternatives. So let us look at the volumes of checks we are talking about that the banks have to process. Admittedly, there is a reduction, but it's still significant. In 2015, the volume of checks written in that year was 8.9 million checks. By 2019, it had dropped from 8.9 to 7.1. So obviously, people rely on that, having regard to the significant slowdown in the economy in 2020. But in 2019, we still had $7.1 million in checks, which equates to approximately 26,000 checks written per working day. That is significant when one has to consider they have to be collated, transported, allocated among the banks, transported to the banks. The banks have to look at each of them individually, confirm and verify the signature, confirm the availability of check, and all of this is done manually. This is what we're trying to move away from. And while we recognize and acknowledge that the numbers of checks being written, it is still today a significant amount of work for a bank to do manually. And the indications, based on looking at the experience around the world, is that this will continue to be a fairly significant task going forward. So I don't think that we are preparing for an obsolete system. I think this is a system that will remain with us for some time. So as a first step in the improvement in the efficiency of the check clearing operations in Trinidad and Tobago, and by agreement of the central bank and the commercial banks, Infolink Services Limited will be launching an electronic check clearing system. The target date is August of 2022, subject to the passage of this bill. The system participants will continue to be the commercial banks and the central bank. The introduction of the electronic check clearing system will facilitate the electronic clearance of check images and data among commercial banks and the central bank without the need for the physical exchange of paper instruments. In the short term, the check clearing system is expected to improve interbank clearing arrangements and reduce the period for returns to 2 days, although experience throughout the world shows that it can actually be brought down to 1 day, down from the current holding period of 47 days. However, we should know that it is anticipated that it will take some time for the system to settle down to the new normal. It is expected that between 6 and 9 months from now, the system should be working smoothly from the go-live date. So the electronic check clearing system is a critical part of the payment system improvements initiative, a part of a series of initiatives, we need to note, being pursued by the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago in conjunction with the Bankers Association. Now, we need to bear in mind that this is an initiative supported, promoted, encouraged by the Bankers Association because they recognize the implications of the current system on their operations. If it was something that was going to be obsolete tomorrow, they would not have encouraged this move. Obviously, it's something that they agree that is needed. So what are the objectives? The objectives are to allow automated check clearing participants within Trinidad and Tobago to send and receive electronic check images and data, to improve the efficiency of the existing clearing and settlement arrangements by the use of technology, to reduce check handling times across participant banks, thereby reducing the time for a check beneficiary to access the funds. And we need to remember this important element of what will happen. This shift from the processing of physical checks to electronic check images will reduce the cost of processing and clearing by eliminating or reducing the time required for the storage and transportation of paper checks, while increasing the speed of clearing and settlement processing across participants. It will provide a cost-effective method of transferring funds and payments. What are the expected changes? Some of us who still write checks, like Senator Vieira, may have seen their banks changing the format of the check, the size of checks, because all checks have to be standardized to comply with the system. And the system they're using to standardize the format and features of the checks are the Canadian Payments Association format. There will be a daily exchange of check images via electronic file. The replacement of physical checks will be replaced by the checks images. There will be a reduction on the whole period for checks, and there'll be an electronic settlement of clearing through the central bank. What are the benefits? Greater efficiency, faster availability of funds, reduced check processing cost. All changes will have to be adopted to allow for the digitalization of the check clearing system. So all checks must be standardized, and participating banks, so that participating banks will be able to exchange data electronically instead of physically. Will there be a change to the required standards for how checks are written? The answer to that is yes. And people who still treat with checks need to recognize that. Clients will be required to ensure the use of black-colored inks when writing checks, and checks with alterations in material fields, date, payee name, words, figures, signatures will not be accepted. So that will automatically be a bad check, because one has to acknowledge that these things will now be read by machines, so they have to be perfect documents. Once the legislation is passed, the banks will embark on a comprehensive education and sensitization program to get their clients ready for the change. What are the impacts on the customers? There will be a final deadline for presentation of checks with the old format and an effective date for the introduction of the new format. The banks, of course, will encourage you to order your checks in advance, so there's no lag period. The amended check format will be mandatory, so people need to recognize that. In a nutshell, Madam President, that is what will happen once we pass this legislation. It is anticipated that once it's passed, things will move fairly quickly, and that there will be an obligation on bank account holders, checking account holders, to ensure that they put themselves in a position to comply with the system, or they will have difficulty negotiating. It has been found that the introduction of fully electronic solutions has helped improve the accuracy of transmitted information through checks and reduce their processing time. Clearing of checks can, as I indicated earlier, be done on a same-day basis. The banks in Trinidad and Tobago are not currently prepared to make that commitment, so they're indicating a reduction from 4 days to 2 days. The system is expected to eliminate risk associated with transferring paper checks, and the risks are significant. Between banks, significantly reduced transportation and manpower cost, as well as checks, loss, and fraud risk. This, Madam President, is a logical step in our transition to a digital economy and will facilitate further developments and evolution in the future, which I've already indicated the Central Bank with the Bankers Association are working towards. It is not the end of the road, it is merely a step along the way. It is a positive move, fully endorsed by the banks, and there's absolutely no reason not to support this bill. Madam President, I thank you.
Senator Deyalsingh.
Thank you, Madam. Madam, could you tell me what time I would finish? What time I'm carded to finish?
Let me do some maths here. 12:58, 2:52. Yes, 1:38.
1:38, thank you. So, Madam, I thank you, and I thank you for the opportunity to present with this bill an act to amend the Bills of Exchange Act, Chapter 8231. And first, I might say I welcome hearing the esteemed Junior Minister of Finance present for his maiden presentation. I must congratulate you. I see shades of your late father, and my heart is warmed. So good. Yeah. So what are we here to do today? Today we are looking at an old law, 134 years old. I think it was in 1884. It came to scene, and then there were changes, amendments along the way, 1907, 1920, 1926, 1933, 1934, 42, 79. So it was 20 years ago we actually had our last change in this. So we are revisiting it. So why are we doing so? Well, technology has changed. Banking globally have evolved. So what we are really trying to do now is to play catch up with technology. And as Senator Mark did say, we are way back and we are long in coming, but we are here today, and at least I'm pleased to say that, even though some of our Caribbean countries have already, done what we are attempting to do today, we are here, and I'm hoping that at least we are able to do a proper job of it. So what is a check? A check is really a promissory note. And we all know that if we have a check, it has to go to the bank to be cleared and to look at features, to look for any sort of fraud that occurring. And usually that process, as we know, may take around 6 to 7 days to clear. And with this technology, we have seen an advantage where we'll now be able to clear checks in a quicker manner. And as some speakers mentioned, there is a decline in use of checks. We heard it from the Minister of Information Technology and even the Minister of Finance before when he mentioned that. But he did quote that there was an article which says that there is still a mistrust of this electronic banking system from a number of persons. And we heard from the Minister of Information and Technology who says that checks will be around for a while. Even in other countries, you still have this as a means of payment. So I have heard about the advantages of electronic bank clearing, and it has advantages. As was mentioned, it will speed up clearing times. And I have an instance where, Madam President, there was an individual actually who got a check from someone. He was selling his car. And that check came around, I think it was Friday around 3 o'clock. So he was no way he was able to carry that to the bank in time. And then it was weekend. And when he carried it, it took 5 days to clear. And by the time he realized this check was actually a check that was a robber check. So he actually now would have been at a disadvantage where his car was taken, it was stripped. And if he had known before, he would have been able to put things in place to recover that car. So therefore, definitely there are some advantages. There's also, as was mentioned, increased consumer convenience. And this part, and decreased operational cost. So definitely, Madam, the speeding up of clearing time, I acknowledge would be there. And I acknowledge it has its advantages whereby, you would be able, long ago you go to a bank, and if it's one bank like Scotia, and your bank is really Republic and you have a Scotia check, it will take longer to clear than if it's just a Republic bank account you have and you get a Republic check. So definitely it will speed up the clearing time. So that's an advantage. To say that it will, so consumer convenience was also mentioned as an advantage. And yes, it will be more convenient to some consumers. It decreases the operational cost. But I ask, Madam President, to whose benefit? Because you see in this legislation here, this bill, it really serves as a bank-to-bank arrangement. So the banks, and through the Banking Association and Central Bank did come across with this sort of a measure that they wanted to put in place. As we see, we are catching up. But looking at this, the advantage to clear quickly, it really, would not be, I don't see it as an advantage to the normal average citizen. I see it is more an advantage to the banks. Because the banks will have to, as mentioned by the Minister of Information Technology, there's that clearinghouse where they would have to, actually, the banks will have to go, they'll have to go to the central bank, they'll have to have these checks in. So the physical problem we have of actually carrying these checks. Yes, there's an advantage of not having that. The advantage, you're not going to be spending the time of persons to go to drop those checks. You have the advantage to less transport wastage, fumes from vehicles. You have the ease of doing business, which is certainly something that have been spoken a lot in the Senate, that we need to somehow improve on this. So definitely those are advantages. And also with the COVID, less exposure for persons to have to go to banks, personally drops, courier service, etc. All those are advantages, and all those I acknowledge. But Madam, we have to see, this was really brought about, as Minister of Finance stated, the Banking Association, the central bank. And yes, I see the advantages, but what I'm saying is, what will happen to those workers who were normally courier servicemen? What will happen to the tellers? Because most of the banks now are laying off staff. And this is my little concern. Will it be to the benefit of the banks to introduce this system? And they are really tightening their belt and staff. So I'm a bit concerned about if persons will lose their jobs, and what guarantee we have that those persons in the banks would not be in any other, put in any other positions. Again, I mentioned it is definitely to the benefit of the banks. Definitely they will be able to save. And this is where I support this bill. But I also think we should have gone a stage further, as mentioned by some members, that if the bank is saving on this, saving in terms of the cost of transporting, the actual checks, cost of personnel, would those fees, banking fees, somehow, that has kept increasing, be channeled down to the average citizen? Because if you are going to go in this manner, I would hope somehow we would be able to get this. And again, I mentioned, Madam, that in the US, you can take a check and you can scan it on your phone and it will be honored. And I think even though this bill is commendable, this is where we should have been going. Because we know we are already lagging behind. But by coming with just this, where to me it serves the interests of the banks and not fully serving the interests of the citizen who actually would be banking their money, I think this is the ideal situation. I understood what the Minister of Finance saying, that we have to take little steps, baby steps. But you see, it looks like we are always lagging behind in legislation. Other countries have it, other Caribbean countries have it. So you can just scan that check, and it is not a bank-to-bank arrangement. It's a person, customer via the bank, where you can be able to have greater efficiency. And why I bring this up, Madam, because you see, recently the Minister of Family and Social Services, she actually mentioned, the minister actually mentioned that there's a lot of fraud occurring with the banks and checks. And I think there was an instance where a lot of checks from Tobago came and was cashed into a grocery in Trinidad. And why I make mention to this, the average poor individual who cannot afford to go to the bank, who may be living far from the bank, who may not want to go in that banking institution, which in the past you have to remember, Madam President, you go into the bank and there were no toilet facilities. Why would I go as an elderly pensioner to go in the bank to change my check? The easiest thing you would have done, you go to your grocer, and the grocery would have given you items and given you change. So that was a community sort of benefit with change in checks. Yes, fraudulent activities occur, but I'm thinking somehow I would appreciate if in the future we could have, if in this we would have factored in, not banking to banking, but the personal scanning checks, that would have benefited our citizens more. And I'm saying that, so I think we should have gone a step further. I'm saying that I also understand and appreciate the fact there's a ministry that is now giving certificates for elderly persons in computer literacy. This was there under the last administration under social services, and I think it was disbanded, but it has started back. So if we are going further, if we are going to have this, if we're encouraging persons to go this way, I think that was an excellent venture where it is offered to these individuals. And I see Senator Mark did mention he may not be as computer literate. And all these are courses that we could probably go on to help us get some more sort of a comfort in the electronic banking. So when I look at the fact that that the computer literacy of our citizens, a lot of them may not be able, because we have an aging population who may not really learn, but the government is making steps towards that. I have seen that that the fact that you can still have the opportunity to carry your checks in, but I must say I'm disappointed that an individual will still have to carry in their checks to the bank rather than scan and carry to the bank, and I'm hoping that would come to a position we would have soon, because I think we missed the boat here. As I look at the bill, madam, I must say that I would have looked at the section 4 of the bill. It was an act is amended by inserting after section 72 the following section. And in here, we look at 74A, notwithstanding section 45, a banker may, by notice published in the Gazette, specify an address at which a check drawn on the banker may be presented. And I think that is a good idea because it brings in that level of flexibility. But when I look at part B of that, so 74A, part B, a check drawn on a banker is presented at a proper place if it is presented at an address specified by the banker under paragraph A1, and the banker has not cancelled that address under paragraph A2. And as mentioned by Senator Welch, that he needed some, a little greater, what I'm saying, something more definite, and he was asking that, you have to have a better way of clarifying these places. And I'm saying the places that you're now going to have should be a place that has the washrooms and proper amenities. So I welcome the flexibility. I also looked at the fact that, again mentioned in 89A, section 2, where a check is presented for the payment under this section, it need not be made at a proper place or at a reasonable hour on a business day. This actually opens up the business world where outside of traditional working hours, outside of the traditional bank, you can now start the processing. So this is something I am totally in agreement with. I think this is the way to go, because even with the COVID, when people were working in the pandemic, outside working hours, they would have been doing business activities. So 79A2, excellent. I looked at also the fact that when we were looking at 89A part 8, looked at the essential features in the check. So again, it gives us safeguard what you're looking for. Serial number, part A shows the serial number of the check assigned to it by the banker to whom the check is drawn. Part B, the code which identifies the banker on whom the check is drawn. So it gives you, part C, D, E also gives you these features that you'd look for. The account number of the drawer of the check, the amount of the check entered by the drawer of the check, the signature of the drawer, the date of the check, and as mentioned, and I also have gotten my bank to tell me they are now providing new checks with the date being trying to be standardized. So they're already moving into this direction. They're already having these features, which may be features that they would have had before when they were checking the verity of a check, that they would now be looking further. So this actually repeats the safeguards what they look for before. I look at the fact that where a check is presented for payment under this section, A, any banker providing the electronic image, any banker to whom the electronic image is provided, and C, any banker making payment of the check as a result of the provision of an electronic image. Again, all this very well, because it's going to help banker to banker, not customer to banker. And I made that point already. And again, it mentioned that they are subject to the same duties in relation to collection and payment of the check as if the physical check has been presented. So it gives that onus on the bankers to have that responsibility. Part 10 is where I found was very, in fact, Part 10 is something that I must commend the drafters, where Part 10 shows an electronic image of a check presented under this section shall be admissible in evidence for all purposes for which the physical check would have been admitted as evidence. So I don't know if the AG had a part to play in this, but definitely we have known cases where evidence goes missing. A check might be destroyed. Rats may eat evidence, going to court. And definitely this is an advantage, especially knowing our system we have here, knowing sometimes DNA evidence may be lost or whatever. This, I think, it's commendable. And this, I think, could go towards helping any sort of fraud that can occur, because now that electronic image would be admissible in evidence in court. So I commend the government for this. However, I just want a little clarification. You remember, if there's a case I remembered, Madam President, where a check was signed and it was a fraud case, and it was actually in the ink they got DNA evidence from the person who signed that check, DNA evidence. So what I'd like some clarification now. Let us say there is a case where the bank has this check. If there's a case that there's some sort of a red herring is raised about that check, being a rubber check, would they now be able to take that, seal it into an evidence bag, and keep it available, rather than let it go back to any sort of individual, go back to the system where you may not be able to get that evidence, DNA evidence, which may still be available within it. So sometime for clarity, what will happen to those checks where we are now looking to see if there's any sort of, would it be sealed? Would it be kept in a safe place? And this is something I would like to try to look, to find out more about it, because we know in terms of evidence, what can happen, will it be admissible, if you could get our DNA from the person who did sign that fraud check, if it's there. I look at Section 6, the Act is, which says the Act is amended by inserting after Section 96 the following new section. 97(1). The Minister may, on the recommendation of the Central Bank and subject to negative resolution of Parliament, make regulations generally for the purpose of this Act. And 2, the Central Bank may issue guidelines on any matter it considers necessary for the purpose of the Act. Now, I know the Minister of Finance did come about and try to, clarify negative resolution, affirmative resolution, and he did say that if something comes, persons want to question something, they could move a motion and get that negative resolution, get something heard about any sort of, concerns they have. But, Madam President, you remember it was this administration who had some problems with a previous central bank governor. So I would have rather, if, anything the central bank does, not to say I am now imputing improper motives on the central bank, but history would show if there was some sort of disagreements before, I would have rather that, anything the central bank wants to do now, it could come to the Parliament and we could have, look at any sort of guidelines, look at any sort of resolutions that they may want to make, and we might be able to question it. And this is only, I make that statement based on the history that went on before that. It would have been probably better to have that oversight on the activities. So, Madam, as I close, I want to say, I would like to say that it is definitely needed. We are now catching up to what has transpired before. And I support this legislation. I think it could have been used to help the common man more than just the banking industry. And I think we need to beef up cybersecurity, and I think we are on the right path, but we have to push it more, because we could have been using this to benefit the ordinary citizen and consumer more. Thank you, Madam President.
Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I stand today here with pride to support the Honorable Minister in the Ministry of Finance in his maiden pilot before this House of the Bills of Exchange Amendment Bill 2022. I will not trouble this House with recapping much of what has already been said, so that what I am about to say will seek more than anything else to be by way of emphasis in respect of a number of things that have been said. But there are certain things that I would wish to dwell on in addressing certain concerns and in emphasizing certain matters. We know that the bill dates back, the original legislation dates back to 1884. I don't need to repeat that. The point there simply is that in the year 2022, we have to accept that we are moving into a reality of digital transformation in many respects. And therefore, this bill is seeking to provide for a system of clearing of checks, and I want to emphasize that, which will facilitate the processing and the expedition and security of transactions of bills of exchange, of checks. The point needs to be emphasized, and I say that because I frankly, and I apologize to him, was not entirely clear in some of the submissions which were made by Senator Mark. The point needs to be emphasized that the bill before this House this evening is about clearing of checks with the use of electronic images between banks. It is not about the need for the average man or woman in the street to participate at this point in time in electronic processing of their payment system, whether by check or otherwise. I think that needs to be emphasized, and I think it is sufficiently clear if one takes the time and the trouble to read the proposed bill that is before this House. I want to emphasize as well, by way of an expression of gratitude on behalf of this government for the time that has been taken by the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago and the Bankers Association of Trinidad and Tobago in producing the work that has resulted in this government being able to present this bill today before this House. And I say it by way of, first of all, acknowledging the very hard work, and secondly, addressing another point which I believe, and again, the fault may be mine, I perhaps don't understand the English language well, but I get the impression that Senator Mark was seeking to suggest that there has been significant delay on the part of this government in bringing this bill before this House. The work that has gone into being able to present this bill with the confidence with which it is presented today stems from work done between the period of 2017 to now by the Bankers Association and the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago. So it's not a condition of stasis. It's not as if we recognized a situation existing in 2017 and stood still. The work has been done, and it has been committed to by professionals in every sphere of the commercial industry, in banking and otherwise. The Bankers Association and the Central Bank have done considerable work. They have looked at not just the Bill of Exchange Act, which this bill is seeking to amend. They have looked at the Negotiable Instruments Dishonored Checks Act, Chapter 79, number 52, the Evidence Act, Chapter 702, the Electronic Transactions Act, Chapter 2205. And in addition to those pieces of legislation which have been examined very carefully to ensure that what we are asking this House to pass today is done with confidence and certainty, because those are requirements of proper legislative mandates. They have looked at the legislative precedents which exist in other Commonwealth countries, so that the government is today able to bring this bill before this House, knowing that the precedents from Grenada, Canada, and the United Kingdom have been examined thoroughly. And we know that this bill is patterned in particular off of the United Kingdom's Small Business Enterprise and Employment Act 2015, by which the electronic clearance system was implemented in the United Kingdom. So that the work has been ongoing. I want to emphasize that, and it's not as if there has been delay. There has not been delay. It's an ongoing process. And let me make another point, and it is a point to address legitimate concerns that have been raised by other members of this Senate, that the work in progress continues, so that electronic payment systems that will permit people to be paid by electronic transfers, while being recognized as a desirable part of our digital conversion and our digital transformation. We are not ready to do that at this stage, but it is a work in progress which this government is working on with the relevant stakeholders to ensure that in due course we will come back to this Parliament after we pass this legislation today, in order to say we have a further amendment to make to the electronic transactions that are capable of being done under the Bills of Exchange Act, and indeed under the Electronic Transactions Act, which will permit for the electronic processing of payments in manner that has been spoken today by some of our independent senators, but we are not yet ready for that today. We are at the point at which what we are asking this House to approve on a progressive and incremental basis is the system of bank-to-bank clearing of electronic images of checks, in order to modernize our system to that extent and to speed up, expedite the process. And may I address another point that has been made, and it is a useful point that has been made by Senator Welch, and that point is that he looked at Section 89A8 and spoke to the fact that the government ought in this legislation to provide a definition of electronic image. It is a useful point, but may I reassure Senator Welch that the definition does not need to be provided for, because what is being employed in legislative drafting terminology is what is known as a neutral language. And the reason why the neutral language is simply that of the term electronic image is because electronic image, which is provided for in Section 89A1 of the Clause 5 of the bill, has to be read to mean that that image must be understood to be defined by reference to the essential features of a check. So if we cross over from Section 89A1, which speaks of by means of an electronic image, and we go across to Section 89A8, we see that for the purposes of this section, the essential features of a check are, and then listed from A through to G, are the essential features of the check. So when the term electronic image is used, there does not have to be a standalone definition of the term, because it is understood that the electronic image that is being captured in the banker-to-banker transaction is an image of a check which satisfies the essential features that are prescribed in Section 89A8. So I hope that gives Senator Welch some reassurance that the term is not undefined and therefore capable of confusion. I move, Madam President, to say that the Evidence Act has also been looked at, and again this goes back to the work that was being done by the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago and the Bankers Association, professional lawyers and bankers who were working on it. And it was thought at first that perhaps there needed to be amendments to different legislation. Eventually what was decided, and we find that in Section 89A, is a simple amendment in the bill before this House to provide that an electronic image of a check presented under this section shall be admissible in evidence for all purposes for which the physical check would be admitted in evidence. That end result was the process of a very deliberate system of examination undertaken by the professionals who have supported this work that we come to this House with today. Clause 6 of the bill inserts a new section, Madam President, permitting the Minister of Finance, on the recommendation by the Central Bank, to make regulations for the purposes of the Act, and the Central Bank to issue guidelines on any matter it considers necessary. I pause for a moment to dwell on this because I was concerned in the other place, Madam Speaker, at the fact that a concern was raised by the other side, which suggested that the reliance on the use of regulations and the reliance on guidelines coming out of the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago and or the minister somehow or the other provide for a negative situation which provides uncertainty. The point is that one would not have thought it necessary to have to address this because we understand as legislators that when one is looking at legislation, you have to look at legislation holistically. So when we are looking at the Bills of Exchange Act and we are looking at a rule prescribed under the Bills of Exchange Amendment Act, which is coming before this House today, we understand that we must look at other legislation. So that, for instance, there is a piece of legislation known as the Financial Institutions Act. And the Financial Institutions Act, which is law in this republic, gives a significant role to the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago as a regulator. It provides for oversight. The word oversight on the part of the Central Bank is defined in the Financial Institutions Act. One only has to go to the Act as a legislator to understand that. Section 5 of the Financial Institution Act goes on to provide that the Central Bank shall be responsible for the general administration of the Financial Institution Act, the supervision of licensees. Licensees under the Financial Institutions Act, Madam President, are banks, commercial banks. And this legislation, this amendment is about allowing banker-to-banker presentation of electronic images so that the activities of the bankers that are being provided for under this legislation fall under the regulatory oversight of the Central Bank as provided for in the Financial Institutions Act. And then Section 10 of the Financial Institution Act tells us the Central Bank may issue guidelines on any matter it considers necessary. And it goes from A through to D, and D says to regulate the market conduct of licensees. Those licensees are banks. So the simple truth which emerges for any legislator's understanding of the overarching regulatory framework of the Central Bank Act and the Financial Institutions Act, that simple truth is that commercial banks which issue checks for ordinary commercial usage are licensees within the meaning of the FIA and are subject to the control of the Central Bank, which may issue guidelines for their regulation as provided for by Clause 6 of the bill before you. So that For the record of this House, I wish to put on record the fact that the concern that was raised in the other place by the opposition to suggest that the use of regulation and guideline is somehow an arbitrary phrase that defies explanation or definition just can't stand in the context of the law that already exists in relation to the oversight role of the central bank. Madam Speaker, Madam President, I beg your pardon, I also touch very briefly on Senator Mark's criticism of the use of the word negative resolution and that he wishes to bring an amendment to this House to provide for affirmative resolution. That has been dealt with already by the substantive Minister of Finance in the other House, and it has been dealt with here before again. And I just wish to underline and underscore the fact that as legislators, we understand and we know the difference between negative resolution and affirmative resolution, and to suggest that the use of the procedure, the modality of a negative resolution somehow or the other allows for arbitrariness just can't fly. It doesn't get off the ground. It doesn't get off first base, with the greatest of respect. And it reminds me, and I would touch very briefly on the point, it reminds me to remind this House that only yesterday the Privy Council produced a very significant decision in the jurisdiction, for the jurisdiction of Trinidad and Tobago. That is the decision that came out of the challenge to the public health regulations. How is that relevant to this debate? It is relevant in this respect. What the Privy Council has reminded us of in that decision yesterday is that there is significance, working practical significance to be derived from the fact that a government is elected with a simple majority, and governments have to be permitted to function by use of their simple majorities in order to provide for effective governance in the public interest. And there is nothing illegal or wrong about a piece of legislation, such as this piece of legislation, come into this House by a simple majority being passed to allow for banks between themselves to permit electronic images of checks, notwithstanding the fact that the original act back in 2018 was passed by a 3/5 majority. Otherwise, the system becomes unworkable. And when one reads the Privy Council decision from yesterday in the Suraj and Maharaj matter, one appreciates how far-reaching that decision is. So I want to reassure Senator Mark when he speaks to the need for affirmative resolution that it is not necessary, and indeed it is going beyond what is necessary by providing for unworkable realities in the context of legislation for the public good and in the public interest. May it please this honorable House, Madam President, I don't have very much more to say. I say that I am pleased to be able to stand here today and to contribute to this debate, and therefore, without any further ado, I say thank you very much, and I am happy to be associated with this legislation.
Minister in the Ministry of Finance. Before I call on the Minister in the Ministry of Finance to present his winding up, I remind members who have spoken and who have indicated that there are amendments to be circulated, that those amendments have to be in writing and have to be ready for when we begin the committee deliberations. Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Madam President, thank you. I know we have a very packed legislative agenda today, so I won't be too long. I listened closely to Senator Mark, and sadly, I would have to say I think he missed the crux of this legislation and the point of it all. Let me remind everyone, all those listening, that this is the implementation of an electronic check clearing system for Trinidad and Tobago. It's a check clearing system, nothing to do with online banking or some of the other points that I heard coming from Senator Mark. The central bank, in conjunction with commercial banks, is considering the implementation of an electronic check clearing system in Trinidad and Tobago. This is an attempt to digitize the back end of our banking system. Of course, we should all know by now that online banking is quite prevalent here in Trinidad and Tobago. We have a very strong banking system, very competitive. Many of us pay our bills online, pay our bills online at this point in time. So there's not much to worry about at that end. This is simply trying to improve the back end so that there's better efficiency, moving the period it takes for checks to be processed from 6 working days to 2 working days, which we expect to vastly improve the process. I'd like to thank the Minister of Finance, also Honorable Attorney General, for supporting me and working out some of the legal aspects of this bill today. Both spoke already about the negative and affirmative resolutions, and that there's more than adequate oversight in terms of dealing with the central bank and how the central bank is allowed to regulate the banking system in Trinidad and Tobago. Senator Mark repeated many of his examples over and over, but I hope that what has come out of today's legislation has assisted him or will assist him in understanding better what it is we are attempting to do. I have been in contact with some of our legal persons at the ministry in terms of some of the questions asked, and of course we've been in constant discussions with the central bank. I believe it was Senator Welch, it was Senator Mark, who spoke about paying banks in one day in terms of request of the original instrument. It's a necessary step to verify the check if there's doubt. This will exist regardless of what's going on, because there's always an element of fraud, even in terms of electronic use of a back end, in terms of digitizing things. And of course, we know that we are moving in this world from an industrial age to a digital age. More and more things are moving from atoms to bits. But of course, there's always still that element of fraud, even if things are being brought into an electronic age. It doesn't eliminate the opportunities for fraud. It just calls for a different type of fraud. So safeguards are in place. I believe I had mentioned that when I initially piloted when I piloted the motion to begin with, so I won't go over that again. Senator Welch also introduced some interesting points, and I'll address those here now. In terms of fraud regarding signatures, banks will employ systems to verify the veracity of checks. Fraud would be addressed under the current rules of the check clearing system and the common law, in the same manner as with fraud on the physical instruments. There are fraud mitigating technologies available to commercial banks, such as Positive Pay. Positive Pay is a fraud prevention system used by commercial banks internationally for companies to protect themselves against forged, altered, and counterfeit checks. The company provides a list to the bank of the check number, dollar amount, and account number of each check. The bank compares the list to the actual checks, flag any that do not match, and notifies the company. So because we're moving more to digitize everything, it doesn't mean that everything completely has become digital. We still have some human hands involved in the process. Senator Welch also spoke of the purpose of Section 74A. Similar to Section 44A, Grenada Bills of Exchange Act, and modeled after Section 74A of the UK Bills of Exchange Act. Also recommended by BAT, Section 45D currently provides that a banker may specify the proper place for presentment in the check, and as such, has the discretion to specify the proper place for the presentment of checks drawn on it. Section 74A would allow a banker to specify a place of presentment by notice in the Gazette as an alternative to specifying in the instrument itself. Under Section 45D1, the bank can already in the check itself specify a place of presentment. Section 74A of the bill extends this discretion to the bank and allows it the flexibility to indicate a place for presentment other than in the check itself. The locations for electronic presentment will also be agreed by the system participants, i.e. commercial banks and the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago. So I hope I have alleviated some of Senator Welch's fears with that. For Section 89A, there's concern about the wording there. 89A1 is worded as a discretion and not mandating commercial banks to present checks electronically. Senator Welch asserts that discretion on presenting electronically may undermine the purpose of the legislation. The central bank has been in discussion with commercial banks, and the bill represents the agreed position between the commercial bank and commercial banks. And all commercial banks have indicated that they will take part in electronic presentment and have begun to transition their customers to checks that comply with the new electronic check clearing system and can facilitate electronic presentments. 89A1, or electronic image, all jurisdictions that have utilized electronic image, UK, electronic means, Grenada, or electronic form, Barbados. None of these jurisdictions have provided definitions of any of those terms in the parent legislation. So, Madam President, this simple piece of legislation, as I said earlier, is meant to really digitize the back end of our check clearing system as monitored and managed by the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, which is the authorized regulator of the banking system of this country. We expect that it will provide more efficiency, more transparency, and also shorter clearing times for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, thank you for that, and I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bills of Exchange Act, Chapter 8231, be now read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bills of Exchange Act, Chapter 8231.
Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 66-1, I beg to move that the Bills of Exchange Amendment Bill 2022 be committed to a Committee of the Whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the Bills of Exchange Amendment Bill 2022 be committed to a Committee of the Whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate shall now go into Committee of the Whole to consider the bill clause by clause. Honourable Senators, I remind everyone that there are 6 clauses to this bill, and we have amendment circulated by Senator Mark and Senator Deonarine. Minister, you ready? You ready? Yes.
Clauses 1 to 4.
The question is that clauses 1 to 4 stand a part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 to 4 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 4 now stand a part of the bill.
Clause 5.
The question is that clause 5 stand a part of the bill. Senator Deonarine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this proposed amendment is with respect to the features of the check and having the minister with responsibility of finance to prescribe any other additional features by order. Now, it may be an oversight on my part, but as far as I understand with respect to the Financial Institutions Act, the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago is the one that regulates all commercial banks and is the one responsible for regulating and having oversight over all interbank payment systems. Hence, for that reason, I would recommend that we insert that any change to the features of the check that will be brought to in this legislation, that will be done by the Minister of Finance, be done upon the recommendation of the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago.
Minister or Attorney General.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. We appreciate the concern that is expressed by Senator Deonarine, and of course it is a concern that would ordinarily persuade us in different circumstances. But going back to what I have earlier said, Madam Chair, the fact of the matter is that we have different functions prescribed under these amendments. In fact, we note for the first time that the Minister of Finance has been recognized as an entity in his own right in this amendment, dating back to 1884, not having previously existed. And the amendment is also prescribing a role for the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago. 2 separate bodies, 2 separate constitutional functionaries, which have their specific roles to play. And the point that I would make, and to explain why I don't accept the recommendation for the amendment coming from Senator Deonarine, is there has to be allowed the minister performing functions in his own right that does not depend on or be second-guessed by the central bank. So that if we were to look, for instance, at Section 26 of the Central Bank Act, that already states notes and coins issued by the bank shall be in such denominations of the dollars or fractions thereof as may be approved by the minister, shall be of such forms and designs and bear such devices as may be approved by the minister. The point there being that the Central Bank Act already recognizes a specific function regulated by the minister in his own right. And what is therefore in G of Section 98A8G is consistent with the fact that the minister has his own function and it does not have to have oversight over his shoulders on the recommendation of the central bank. And for that reason, while we appreciate the comments, while we appreciate the thinking that goes behind the suggestion for amendment, we don't think it is necessary in the circumstances.
Senator.
I understand the explanation and I would withdraw.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 5 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 5 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 6.
The question is that Clause 6 stand part of the bill. Senator Mark.
Madam Chair, having regard to what is taking place at the Central Bank of our country today, and as I did indicate earlier, there's no freedom of information coverage, and therefore there's need for greater accountability by this institution to this Parliament. We cannot be given powers as a legislature to the central bank through the Minister of Finance via regulations to make guidelines, and we as the legislature and the people's representatives do not have any supervision or oversight of this institution and its operations. And therefore, I think it is incumbent upon us to have some degree of checks and balances. And Madam Chair, may I say I do not buy the argument submitted by the Attorney General and the Minister of Finance that anybody could just find a resolution, negative, and a debate will take place. That is after the fact. If the government is going to take action, we want to know what action the government is going to take, and that will come in the form of an affirmative resolution. And that, therefore, Madam President, we are respectfully suggesting that we delete negative where it appears in Clause 6 and have it replaced with the word affirmative.
If I may, Madam President.
Senator Thompson, aye.
Yes. I'd like to support Senator Mark on this issue. I heard the Minister, the acting Prime Minister, and Minister of Finance say this morning that the use of negative resolution for specific purpose is for highly technical matters. And I've been sitting in this Parliament for a few years now, and what I have observed, and I've raised on more than one occasion, that where in other jurisdictions, especially like Jamaica and Barbados, and they call for affirmative resolution for the same type of legislation, we are calling for negative resolution. As a matter of fact, I said once that we seem to have a predilection for negative resolution rather than affirmative resolution. And when one looks at what is happening even in Britain, they said that you must have parliamentary oversight, and that it strengthened the whole scrutiny process, and they actually recommended that there should be a committee for sifting, to be used as a sifting mechanism. So I would recommend that, that parliamentary scrutiny be used by saying that we should have affirmative resolution rather than negative resolution, which I find we use too many times in this Parliament.
Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And with respect to the amendment sought by Senator Mark and supported by my good and learned friend, Senator Thompson Ahi, we have to accept and not lose sight of the fact that the process of negative resolution and affirmative resolution both require parliamentary oversight. And it would be to misinform ourselves to suggest that the process of negative resolution does not include and inherently involve parliamentary oversight. The point is that a matter comes before the Parliament and is laid on the table, and after a certain period of time will fall away unless the members of Parliament decide that they want to address that which is on the table. So that the fact that the resolution is subject to negative resolution provides the option for members of Parliament to say, we wish to be heard on this, and then it comes for the scrutiny. And therefore, I don't accept that the use of negative resolution deprives the Parliament of the parliamentary oversight that is prescribed under the Constitution. And I said earlier when I was making my contribution, my few words, that we should take some lessons from the decision in Suraj. And I'll read one passage out of the decision of the Privy Council, which was handed down only yesterday, paragraph 68 of the decision of the Judicial Committee. A very large part of ordinary legislation passed by Parliament for good reasons of the public interest must inevitably interfere with or operate as restrictions on rights. In the Board's view, it is not plausible to suppose that the framers of the 1962 Constitution and the current Constitution intended to disable Parliament from taking ordinary legislative action in the public interest. The point there is that if, as is this case, this amendment and the minister's order lays on the table by way of negative resolution, the ordinary course of the passage of legislation, in this case subsidiary legislation and order, will take its course, will be subjected to negative resolution, as opposed to an affirmative resolution which requires coming to the Parliament and having to get into a long debate that opposes and denies the very reason why we are passing this legislation, to expedite the process in the commercial sector. And therefore, there is good reason to use negative resolution as opposed to affirmative resolution, and we therefore do not accept the recommendation of Senators Mark, supported by Senator Thompson, i.e. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
If you'll allow me, it is precisely for that reason we submitted that we should have affirmative. I think the Attorney General has made my case. The Attorney General is saying that to avoid long discussion and debate on matters that ought to be expedited, he is prepared, that is the Honorable Attorney General, to bypass this very important organ of the state called the Parliament that is established to scrutinize the executive. And the Attorney General is saying, no, if you want to debate the matter, we will lay the regulations and then you can take action. It is precisely why, Madam President, we are saying before you take the action, you bring the regulations here and let us debate the regulations. I see nothing wrong with that approach, and therefore we are insistent that this attempt by the executive to I wouldn't say undermine, Madam President, but to, in a way, handcuff the legislature is unacceptable, indefensible, inexcusable, and we reject completely and comprehensively the argument being advanced by the Attorney General on this matter.
Senator Vieira.
Thank you. While I understand Senator Mark's position, I want to just go to the deeper issue, which is really he wants to move central bank out of the shadows of secrecy by bringing it into the Parliament. But there's been a lot of studies all over the world with central banks which show that the nature of the work they do requires a high degree of autonomy and secrecy, a certain degree of secrecy, especially when addressing monetary policy and monetary policy actions. And in fact, Trinidad and Tobago is not unique in questioning central banks, but those studies kind of show that in places where there's a lot of transparency with monetary policy, it has provoked a certain degree of instability. So I tend not to support Senator Mark here. I think leave it as is, leave the negative resolution, and of course, as I think Minister Imbert had said, if it's so egregious, we could always move a motion to have a full debate.
Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Yes, thank you. You have to recognize that the central bank, the reason that it's not under the Freedom of Information Act is because of this highly sensitive information contained within. It's not trying to be secretive or trying to hide anything from the population. Is that for it to follow its mandate and to function properly, there are some things that cannot be forecasted to the population. Certain information can cause run on banks, it can cause upheaval within the banking system, and that's why certain information is kept quiet. The central bank is already the natural regulator of the banking system, and they should be allowed to implement those regulations as they have already been mandated to do.
Is my honourable friend aware that the Freedom of Information Act of the United Kingdom, the Bank of the United Kingdom, the central bank, falls under that?
So,
Are you aware
Senator
of that?
Mark, no, I'm going to ask the Minister not to respond to that. I think that we're going a little outside the remit of this particular amendment, and I'm now therefore going to put the amendment to the committee. So the question is that clause 6 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no.
Mr. Armour, SC.
Aye.
May I just remind members on what we are voting on? The question is that clause 6 be amended as circulated by Senator Mark.
Thank you, Chair. I withdraw. No.
Third time. Mrs. Gopi-School.
Senator Mark. Senator Mark. Senator Mark. Please.
Mrs. Gopi-School.
No.
Mr. Sananan. Mr. Hussain. Mr. Mitchell.
No. No.
Mr. Bacchus.
No.
Dr. Ibrahim.
No.
I am on this side, I'm not yours.
Mr. Sagramson.
Just 1 second. Senator Mark, I do hope that you're interested in the outcome of this. This is your amendment that the committee is deliberating on.
Mr. Sagramson Suklal. Mr. Singh.
No.
Mrs. Azama Lee Singh. Mr. Hislop.
No.
Mr. Young.
No.
Ms. Bethelmy.
No.
Ms. West. Mr. Mark.
Yes.
Ms. John.
Yes.
Ms. Lashmi Dayal.
Yes.
Mr. Naked.
Yes.
Mr. Roberts.
Yes.
Mr. Richards.
No.
Mr. Vieira.
No.
Dr. Deyalsingh.
Yes.
Ms. Unrain.
No.
Ms. C. Prasad.
Yes.
Mr. Timal.
Yes.
Mrs. Thompson Aye.
Yes.
Dr. Dylan Remy.
No.
Mr. Welch.
Yes.
Mr. De Freitas. Madam Chairman, the result of the division is as follows. 10 senators voted in favor for, 19 senators voted in favor against. There were no abstentions.
Honorable Senators, the result of the division is as follows. 10 senators voted in favor of the proposed amendment, 19 senators voted against it, and no one abstained. So the amendment has therefore not been accepted. Honorable Senators, the question is that clause 6 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no.
No.
I think the ayes have it. Clause 6 now stands part of the bill. Honourable Senators, the question is that the bill be now reported to the Senate. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will now be reported to the Senate. Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Madam President, I wish to report that the Bills of Exchange, Amendment Bill 2022, was considered in Committee of the Whole and approved without amendments. I now beg to move that the Senate agree with the committee's report.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the Senate agree with the committee's report on the Bills of Exchange Amendment Bill 2022. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Madam President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bills of Exchange Act, Chapter 8231, be now read a third time and passed.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bills of Exchange Act, Chapter 8231, be now read a third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bills of Exchange Act, Chapter 8231.
Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Insurance Act 2018 be now read a second time. Madam President, thank you. This is the extending the reorganization period under the Insurance Act 2018. An extension of time is required for foreign or international branches of insurance companies operating in Trinidad and Tobago to be reorganized into subsidiaries and operate as separate legal entities or local companies. This will require an extension of the reorganization period in Section 281 from the statutory period of 18 months from the commencement of the Insurance Act, which expires on June 30th, 2022. Madam President, this bill amends Section 281 of the Insurance Act 2018 to extend the operation of the repealed Insurance Act, Chapter 84(1), and regulations made pursuant to the Act in order to facilitate the reorganization of international insurers. Madam President, this bill amends Section 281(1) and 2, which affects the transitional and savings provisions of Section 281 of the Insurance Act. The purpose of this bill is to extend the period of time by which foreign insurers would become compliant with the Insurance Act 2018 and its regulations, and it also spells out the extension prescribed by the Minister of Finance. As such, in Clause 2A, this proposed bill seeks to extend the reorganization period in Section 281(1), which will extend the operations of the Repeal Insurance Act and regulations created pursuant to it with respect to foreign insurers. Currently, the reorganization period is 18 months from the commencement of the Act, which would expire on July 1st, 2022. However, this bill seeks to extend the period until the 30th of June 2023, or such later date as may be prescribed by the Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, this allows the continued regulation of international insurers while they become compliant with the requirement to register under the Companies Act, Chapter 8101, and the new Insurance Act. This amendment will allow for the country to continue to obtain the financial contributions by the international insurers under the Insurance Act and the amendments proposed, while also allowing foreign insurers to continue getting their affairs in order to become more compliant with the requirements under the amended Insurance Act. Additionally, Madam President, in Clause 2C of the bill, it introduces a new subsection 281(2)A, which spells out the procedure by which the Minister of Finance is able to prescribe a date for the conclusion of the reorganization period. The Minister is also empowered to extend the reorganization period beyond June 30th, 2023, based on the recommendation of the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, by order, subject to the negative resolution of Parliament. It is our hope that the proposed amendments would facilitate and to continue to attract continued business endeavors with these international entities. Madam President, I know when we had debated these bills in the other place, there was some talk coming from the other side about preferential treatment to certain entities that would fall under this amendment. I want to allay their fears and also that of the population. All this amendment seeks to do is to extend the period that the international insurance companies have in order to bring their affairs up to speed. And they were delayed in their efforts. It was a pretty onerous process required for these financial institutions to go through to become compliant. And of course, they were heavily restricted by the COVID pandemic. 18 months proved to be not long enough for the agencies to do the needful. And that is why the Ministry of Finance is asking for, well, they came to the Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank and asking for an extension so that they can do what it is they are required to do. Now, let me give some insight in terms of exactly what is involved in this reorganization process. It's quite lengthy, it's bureaucratic, it's quite lengthy, and it would take some time so that you can understand that while many of our institutions were shut down during COVID, why they did not achieve the task at hand during the prescribed period of time. Reorganization process, it involves A, incorporation of a local company by the international insurer. B, the application to the central bank for approval of the registration of the local company as an insurer. The central bank must ensure all the requirements for the registration of an insurer as laid out in sections 22, 24, and 28 of the Insurance Act are properly met prior to the issuance of the approval, which includes, inter alia, a fully constituted board of directors, the members of which must meet fit and proper requirements, evidence of requisite policies and procedures, sound business plan projections and capital adequacy requirements, controlling and significant shareholders and, if applicable, acquirers, who must meet fit and proper requirements, restructuring of group where entities are engaged in both financial and non-financial activities, permits for acquirers, significant shareholders and controlling shareholders as applicable, who must meet fit and proper requirements. After being satisfied that all requirements for registration are met the central bank is required to consult with the Minister of Finance prior to registration of the local company. And Mr. Deputy President, I have not even gotten through half of the requirements in terms of the reorganization process. So you can have a fair idea of how onerous this process really is. C, where the local insurer will own subsidiaries or ownership interests in entities, the approval of the central bank is required. D, application of the central bank for the approval of a scheme of transfer to facilitate the transfer of all the assets and liabilities of the branch operations into the registered local company. The central bank must review and assess the scheme, which includes the transfer agreement and relevant documents, to ensure that policyholders' interests are not prejudiced subsequent to the transfer, and that the assets and liabilities transferred into the new local company will not result in the new company being in a lesser financial condition than existed in the branch operations prior to the transfer. E, the transfer of all assets and liabilities of the international insurer to the newly registered local company. This may be done by way of a vesting order issued by the Minister of Finance. And finally, the application for the Minister of Finance to issue the vesting order to transfer the business to the new company. The newly registered local company can apply to the Minister of Finance for a vesting order pursuant to Section 263 of the Act. The central bank will review the draft of the vesting order prior to the company's submission to the Minister of Finance to ensure that the vesting order is consistent with the scheme of transfer and all the assets and liabilities of the branch are being transferred as per the scheme of transfer. Upon the Minister of Finance's making of the vesting order, the transfer of the assets and liabilities will be effective on the appointed day specified in the order. Deputy President, as you can see, that is a long bureaucratic process. This simple amendment is designed to maintain the status quo in the insurance industry, to ensure that this vibrant and competitive industry does not suffer any upheaval, and so that the people of Trinidad and Tobago can continue to access their insurance services unabated. I know you're probably going to hear from some on the other side that there was some preferential treatment taking place, or that this is designed to help one over the other. Clearly, from what I've stated and shown, that is not the case. It is simply to maintain what we have so far, and also to ensure that the international insurance companies can meet the requirements under the reorganization process. And I beg to move. Thank you.
Honourable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Insurance Act 2018 be now read a second time. Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, the bill before us seeks to amend Section 281 of the Insurance Act to extend the time under Section 281 for a period of 1 year, and to give to the minister the power to further extend that time by order subject to negative resolution of the Parliament. Now, Mr. Vice President, if you go to Section 281 of this 2018 Act, it reads as follows. Notwithstanding Section 280, the former Act and the regulations made thereunder shall apply to a foreign insurer for a period of 18 months from the commencement of this Act in order to facilitate a reorganization of the foreign insurer's business such that the foreign insurer can comply with the requirement of Section 21(1) of this Act. A foreign insurer shall reorganize its business pursuant to subsection 1 within a period of 18 months from the commencement of this Act, or within such shorter period as the central bank may direct. And prior to this section, Section 280 reads of the 2018 Act, the Insurance Act is repealed. Mr. Vice President, for the sake of completion, I refer to Section 21(1). And Section 21(1) referred to in Section 281 provides, and I quote, except as otherwise expressly provided in this Act, no person may carry on any type of insurance business or reinsurance business in or from Trinidad and Tobago unless that person is a company that is registered under the Companies Act and this part as an insurer. Mr. Vice President, it is very, very clear to all of us that the government recognized the importance of this Act of 2018, which was amended further in 2020 and which came into effect in January of 2021. Now, this Act of 2021 sought to address an extension, as the minister said, of the business of 4 companies I should say not 4, but foreign companies for a period of 18 months so they can reorganize themselves to satisfy what is called the June 30th, 2022 period, which is the deadline. Why have these foreign companies not been able to satisfy this aspect of our law? Why? The minister said to us, COVID. But he didn't go on to indicate what aspects of COVID affected these foreign insurers. Mr. Vice President, my honorable friend did not share with us what the Honorable Minister of Finance shared with the country when he wound up his debate in the other place. And I can tell you, the Minister of Finance is on record as telling Trinidad and Tobago the same point, COVID caused the problem, and the 4 companies that he is on record in the Hansard of telling Trinidad and Tobago did not meet the criteria or did not satisfy the law. And I want to tell you, Mr. Vice President, there are severe consequences under the law for any entity that did not satisfy this law. Jail and fine or both. Here are the 4 companies that did not meet our deadline set by our Parliament. Massey United Insurance Limited, the Insurance Company of the West Indies Limited, Sagicor General Insurance Incorporated, and Sagicor Life Incorporated. These are the 4 companies, foreign companies, according to the Minister of Finance, in the Hansard, that did not meet the deadline. But what is absolutely astonishing is for the minister in the Ministry of Finance to tell this Honorable Senate today, as his counterpart or his senior or the Minister of Finance told the other place. And he, the Honorable Minister that is, repeated it a short while ago. COVID caused that. So I want to know, Mr. Vice President, if COVID caused these companies not to meet the criteria set out in the law, then the minister ought to have informed the Senate what aspects of COVID was responsible for these companies not meeting their deadlines. But I think, sometimes it is important for all of us to at least do our research or do not be economical with the truth. We need to be very clear when we come to this Parliament. We must be truthful. Don't come to this Parliament and seek to tell us what does not exist. There are 3 companies involved in this matter. That COVID did not affect. And I want the Honorable Minister who had his maiden contribution today, and I forgot to congratulate him. And I want to congratulate you on your maiden contribution, like my colleague Senator Varma did earlier. But I want to also say, Mr. Vice President, that my honorable colleague should be either doing his research properly or do not present. Mr. Vice President, I mentioned 4 companies. One is called Massey United Insurance Company Limited. Mr. Vice President, do you know that Massey Company sold Massey Insurance Company Limited to a group called Coral Isles, located in Bermuda. And the actual sale purchase agreement was wrapped up on the 2nd of September 2021. And do you know, Mr. Vice President, that the regulatory authorities, in this instance the central bank, is yet, according to my research, and I asked the minister in the Ministry of Finance to correct me if I'm wrong, the approval that is required for this transaction to be completed is still ongoing. The last time I checked, this company called Coral Isles Group of Bermuda is yet to conclude and get the approval of the central bank. Is that
Vice
right?
President,
Is that
46-1,
right?
please.
No, you have to clear the air on this. You don't get those stand up and talk about anything else.
Senator Mark. If it is, make it as relevant as possible to the matter. Well, proceed if it is relevant.
Relevant. I am asking Mr. Vice President, through you, when the minister is wrapping up, to tell this Parliament if the 4 companies that are involved in this particular measure that you want us to approve today, whether one of them sold out to a company called Coral Isles,
Mr. Vice
sold
President,
their assets.
46-1. The amendment is for international firms to reorganize themselves and register locally.
Mr.
There's
Vice
no point to
President,
what is being said here.
I am quoting
Senator
from
Mark,
the...
Senator Mark, you have asked the question twice. If it is relevant, the minister will respond in his wind-up. Can you move on, please? Thank you.
President, I am saying to this Honorable Senate that it is wrong for anyone to come and tell this Parliament COVID caused the problem. COVID didn't cause the problem. There were other matters.
Senator Mark, once again, once it is relevant, it will be addressed to the wind-up.
I am hoping that he does that.
You have asked the question 3 times.
Right, Mr. Vice President. So that is one. Massey United Insurance Company Limited is now sold to another company. So the second question we have to ask is this. And Mr. Vice President, I do not know if you're aware, but we all should be aware that there is a report that is tabled in this Parliament ever so often. It is called a report submitted to the High Court and Parliament pursuant to Section 44E7 of the Central Bank Act, Chapter 7902, for the quarter ended June 30th, 2021. I have the latest quarter, September of 2021. And you know what it tells us on page 8, Mr. Vice President? It tells us, you see, Mr. Vice President, you are, not you, the government is asking us to give an extension of 1 year to 4 companies, and they're not telling us why. I have to go and do some research to find out why, because I ain't get the answer yet, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I want to tell you on page 8 of this report, and I quote for you. On September 30th, 2019, the relevant sale purchase agreements were executed. In accordance with the sales purchase agreements, the nominee company of the transferee for the transfer of the respective traditional insurance portfolios of CLICO and BAT was approved in March 2020 and will be bound by the terms of the relevant SPAs. The next statutory requirement in the sale process is the submission of schemes of transfer relative to both BAT and CLICO portfolios for confirmation by the central bank. Progress on this matter has been impacted by ongoing court proceedings in the context of a challenge by one of the bidders for the portfolio. So here it is, Mr. Vice President. We are being told in this document that two of the companies here that we are being asked to give an extension of 1 year, the central bank is reporting that the takeover bid of CLICO and BAT portfolio, Mr. Vice President, by a company called Sagico. Sagico is caught up in court proceedings. So how can you come here and tell the country it's COVID? Let us be serious, Mr. Vice President. It is not COVID. It is court proceedings that has held back this, Mr. Vice President. So I want the minister, when he's winding up, to tell the country what is the real situation. And don't come and tell us to extend the time when you know the reason why you are seeking this has nothing to do with COVID. But I'm hoping that the Honorable Minister will clear the air for us, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, let me make it very clear. I want to know, in this matter that we have before us, whether the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago broke the law when it sold CLICO and BAT insurance portfolio to a company called Sagico, because that was done in 2019 and the law was passed in 2021 that we are now dealing with. So we need to get answers from the government of this country, and we need to get answers from the central bank of this country. Because you cannot come here and tell us to extend Sagico by 1 year, and Sagico is caught up in court proceedings at this time with another company whom I will not name at this time. Maritime. Mr. Vice President, I have, you see me? Nothing to hide. We come in clean because this is a matter that we need to get answers on today, Mr. Vice President. So when the minister is addressing us, Mr. Vice President, later on this evening, let the minister tell us what is the real story behind this amendment here today. What is the real story? And Mr. Vice President, you know what is absolutely stunning and alarming? Is that the Minister of Finance, not the Minister in the Ministry of Finance, but the Minister of Finance is seeking for this Parliament to give these 4 foreign companies a blight for 1 year. And we don't know why. We haven't gotten any proper justification as to why. And we must give another year, Mr. Vice President. And Mr. Vice President, it does not end there. Mr. Vice President, it does not end there. What this government is asking this Honorable Senate to do, Mr. Vice President, is not only to give this bly, as I call it, of 1 year. The minister is asking us, Mr. Vice President, to allow the Minister of Finance, on the recommendation of the central bank, to give him, through negative resolution, the power to extend the date. Could you imagine that? So you want this parliament to give 1 year extension to these 4 companies, and COVID had nothing to do with that. Give them 1 year, Mr. Vice President, and then give the Minister of Finance power in perpetuity to extend, Mr. Vice President. So, Mr. Vice President, you know what? If next year, after you grant these companies 1 year, and they do not fulfill their obligations, the minister has the power not to come to the parliament to justify it, not to amend the primary legislation as is being done now, so we can debate it properly. No, the minister wants, Mr. Vice President, to have the power via negative resolution, which the Attorney General is supporting, to come and just lay in this parliament regulations to extend. And then I, or Senator Vieira, or Senator Varma Deyalsingh, will have to file a motion to negative the regulations. But that is after the fact, Mr. Vice President. So we cannot support, Mr. Vice President, the central bank having this kind of power. If the central bank, according to what I am seeing before me, and I need to get the minister to tell the country, did the central bank and the Ministry of Finance and the government of Trinidad and Tobago sold Clico and bought insurance portfolio to a company that was not incorporated, was not capitalized in Trinidad and Tobago when they did in 2019? And if they did that, isn't that unlawful? Isn't that illegal? The Attorney General must get involved in this debate on this matter and to clear the air for Trinidad and Tobago. This is a very serious matter. And you cannot come here and play footsie with the people's interests. Can't do that. Mr. Vice President, I have in my possession the actual statements made by the Honorable Minister when this thing was being debated in Parliament. Right? The Minister was so strong on this thing on the 31st of January 2020 when we amended the Insurance Act of 2018 with this amendment in 2019 to deal with exactly what we are dealing with here. Mr. Vice President, you know why? Mr. Vice President, you know why? Let me tell you why. We sold our insurance portfolio belonging to BAT and Clico to companies that were branches, Mr. Vice President, branches of the parent company. Could you believe that? The parent company of Sagicor is not located in Trinidad and Tobago. They are located in Barbados. And the law that we passed in 2018, and we come and we amended it in 2020, Mr. Vice President, made it very clear that if you have to sell your insurance portfolio to any company in Trinidad and Tobago, and especially to a foreign company, that company must be incorporated, registered, and fully capitalized. And you know, Mr. Vice President, why that is necessary? So when you and I and citizens buy policies from that company, they do not run away because it's a branch. And when we go to cash or to get some benefit, they can't pay. You know why, Mr. Vice President? Because the assets of the company is not located in the branch. The assets are located in the parent company. And the parent company is not located in Trinidad and Tobago. It is in Barbados. That is what we are dealing with here. This is a more serious matter. And the minister comes here and tells us it's a simple matter. It's a simple amendment. How this could be a simple amendment? This cannot be a simple amendment. Mr. Vice President, I want to tell you how serious this was. I have on page 43 of the Hansard report on the debate on the Insurance Amendment Bill 2019. And this is coming from the Minister of Finance contribution to tell you the Minister of Finance felt so seriously about this matter of having a branch buy over, I think, CLICO portfolio, Mr. Vice President, if I'm not mistaken, when you combine BAT and CLICO, was over $6 to $8 billion. And you sell that to a branch, a Sagico branch, and then you discovered later, Mr. Vice President, that is wrong?
Senator Mark, you're dealing with sale as opposed to extension of a deadline.
What was it, Mr. Vice President?
46-1.
I'm dealing with...
No.
What is that?
You went on for the last 4 to 5 minutes on sale as opposed to the extension of a deadline.
Yes, well, I'm dealing with the deadline now.
You need to keep your arguments and your points relevant to the conversation.
Yes, sir. Try to follow what I'm saying to Mr. Vice President now.
I'm with you, Mr. Mark.
Mr. Vice President,
you're straying.
Directive and guidance, which I always appreciate. In the Hansard report on page 43, here our Minister of Finance to tell you how serious this thing is. Clause 76, which amends Section 281, that is in the amended Act of 2019, Mr. Vice President, debated in 2020 on the 31st of January, refines and makes clearer how branches of foreign insurers are expected to reorganize their business to come into compliance with the requirements of the 2018 Act. He goes on, and I quote, "Let me emphasize what will happen is that foreign insurance companies will now be required as of law to incorporate a company in Trinidad and Tobago. And that is to protect our citizens." And I'm there with the Minister of Finance. You have to protect our citizens who go and take out policies with these foreign branches of these companies that have their headquarters in Barbados or in Jamaica or in Bermuda. We have to protect our citizens, and he's correct. So that if policyholders find themselves at risk, at least the assets are here and not elsewhere, as has happened with British, American, and some other examples I can give. This is the Minister of Finance, Honorable Minister, through the Vice President. Colm Imbert Member of Parliament for Digomata Northeast, indicating why this must be done. Mr. Vice President, this was on the 31st of January 2020. This thing became law in January of 2021. June the 30th, a couple of days from now, Mr. Vice President, will make it 18 months, Mr. Vice President. 18 months. And we are being told that none of those foreign companies who have branches here have been able to put their house in order to safeguard the interests of policyholders in Trinidad and Tobago. And in order to maintain what the minister said, stability, Mr. Vice President, financial stability, the government has taken a decision to give these companies a blight for 1 year. And not satisfied with that, the minister arrogates unto himself like an oligarch, a new czar, the czar of finance, total power at the expense of the parliament. So the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago has now become, Mr. Vice President, the plaything of the government. So we must give to the Minister of Finance the power to do whatever he wants when he wants to do it. When he wants to extend, he extends. When he doesn't want to extend, he doesn't extend. And we must give the minister that power. Look, the man, when the UNC comes into power, and we will come into power shortly, because the days of this government are numbered. These kinds of amendments that we have here have to be rejected. I have no problem, Mr. Vice President, if the minister says, listen, 1 year. You want to give these people a year? Tell us the truth. Why? I understand, Mr. Vice President, and the minister could tell me that when he's speaking. The Privy Council on the 20th of this month will give a decision on a matter involving Sachiko and Maritime. One, we don't know if that is why this has been extended. We don't know. So, Mr. Vice President, we would like to make it very clear to this government. This is an outgoing government. We want to make it very clear to this government that we will not support the Minister of Finance having this kind of power in a matter like this. We will not give him that support. So this section of the legislation, Mr. Vice President, if you go to the bill, you go to clause 2 of the bill, Mr. Vice President, you go to subsection C, and you go to 2A. You know what it says, Mr. Vice President? Let me read it for the records. It says that the minister, on the recommendation of the central bank, the same bank that we want clarification on, may by order, subject to negative resolution of Parliament, extend the date referred to in subsection 1 and 2. And what does subsection 1 and 2 says, Mr. Vice President? Firstly, we are going to, the government that is, going to extend the time until the 30th of June 2023, or such later date as may be prescribed by the minister under the section I just read. Where the minister gets all that power from? Where the minister wants to get all that power? Why do you want all this power? This is a democracy, you know. This is not an autocracy. And Mr. Vice President, if you go to 2B in subsection 2, it says, by deleting the words "within a period of 18 months from the commencement of this act, or within such shorter period as the central bank may direct." We need to get accountability here. Did the central bank fall down on the job? Why did these companies not put their houses in order? Don't tell me COVID. That is an excuse. But you are telling me, Mr. Vice President, if the central bank is at fault, or if the central bank played a role in this matter, you are asking us to give the central bank a blank check. And you are telling us further, the minister who is responsible for the central bank, and if the central bank fall down on the job, or fell down on the job, the minister would have also fallen down on the job. And the minister wants to get what? Total power. Again, through negative resolution. Every time the PNM brings a matter of accountability and transparency into this House, Mr. Vice President, they are not interested in debating and accounting. So they want negative resolution all the time. We just dealt with it. We are dealing with it now again, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Mark, Senator Mark?
Yes, sir.
You have 2 more minutes.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Vice President, we want to say completely, we are going to make amendments. We are going to propose amendments to this piece of legislation. We are going to put forward our amendments for the consideration of this Senate, and we want to get answers from this government. We don't want excuses. We want answers. And tell the country the truth. Do not be economical with the truth when it comes to the matters that we are dealing with here today. So, Mr. Vice President, we await the minister's response. We await the government's response. And we will deal with the committee stage when we put forward our amendments to give the Parliament the kind of oversight and responsibility to keep this runaway executive in check and to keep the executive arm of the state, bring them to book and bring them to account by the legislature and the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Acting Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, the definition of hyperbole is an exaggerated statement or claim that is not meant to be taken literally. Senator Mark is such a proponent of hyperboles that I think he expects his wild statements to be taken literally. And I've noticed 1 or 2 people do take his wild statements literally. For what reason, I do not understand. What we are doing here is the exact opposite of what Senator Mark has been shouting about for the last 40 minutes or so. The new Insurance Act, which has been in the making in this Parliament for more than 10 years, has a provision requiring foreign insurance companies that are doing business in Trinidad and Tobago to incorporate a local subsidiary. That is a transformative move. That is designed to allow the central bank to have more control over foreign companies in terms of these companies' responsibilities, in the case of insurance companies, to their clients. By incorporating a local company, these foreign companies will now be required to submit to all of the regulations within this jurisdiction, which was not the case before. It is designed to protect people in Trinidad and Tobago who do business with these insurance companies. So the new Insurance Act is groundbreaking, because prior to this, foreign companies could operate in Trinidad and Tobago without the same level of scrutiny, foreign insurance companies, as local companies. In the Insurance Act, a provision was inserted because it was recognized that in order to incorporate a local subsidiary, a local company to do the business of these foreign companies, that significant reorganization would have to be done. Significant. And the central bank recommended, because the central bank has been the main driver of the new Insurance Act over the last 10 years or more. I personally have been in 2 joint select committees with respect to the new Insurance Act. One which was chaired by my predecessor, Mr. Hawaii, and one that I chaired. And we went through the entire 2010 to 2015 period in a joint select committee looking at the new Insurance Act, which eventually replaced very outdated piece of insurance legislation that did not provide the required protection to policyholders, particularly in the aftermath of the CLICO debacle. And then when we came into office and I was appointed the Minister of Finance, I too, because that bill lapsed, even though it was in committee under the former UNC administration, it never saw the light of day, even though they had 28 seats in the parliament. They simply didn't complete it. So when we came in and I was made Minister of Finance, one of my assignments was to complete that and to bring the insurance industry in Trinidad and Tobago into the 21st century. The central bank estimated that it would take these foreign companies approximately 18 months to reorganize themselves and establish the local subsidiary and ensure that the directors of this insurance company and its senior managers were fit and proper persons, and all of the other requirements for local insurance companies were complied with. They estimated it would take 18 months. We proclaimed the law on the 1st of January 2021, but, Mr. Vice President, one gets the impression that Senator Mark does not live in Trinidad and Tobago. We had something called a curfew in 2021. Public health restrictions. Closure of a number of sectors of the economy. Work at home was commonplace. And it is only somebody who lives in Mars or in some other universe could come into this parliament and say that COVID had no effect on the operations of business in Trinidad and Tobago in 2021. You have to be living in Mars. You're not living in Earth or Trinidad and Tobago. It had a profoundly adverse effect on the operations of business entities, COVID, all over the world, not just Trinidad and Tobago. And I repeat, we had a curfew. But coming back now, Mr. Vice President, to the issue at hand, the central bank has advised me that all 4 companies, Massey United, Sagicor Life, Sagicor General, and the insurance company of the West Indies, all 4 have completed the reorganization of their business for the establishment of the local subsidiaries, which I want to repeat is designed to protect citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Because what has to happen, and this is the most important part of it all, the assets of these companies must be vested in the local company in Trinidad and Tobago. And that's the protection that the new Insurance Act gives to citizens of Trinidad and Tobago policyholders. That was not there before. So that the central bank has advised that the 4 companies have completed their reorganization. And what is remaining to be done, and this legislation is here at the request of the central bank. It is not the government that came up with this. It is the central bank. Because when it estimated 18 months in 2020, because the date of January 2021 was established in 2020, when that was established, no one would have known what would have been happening in terms of public health restrictions and in terms of COVID. No one knows.
Thank you, Minister. Just a question. If these foreign companies are not given the opportunity to regularize their position, what happens? Is it that they will not be able to operate in Trinidad and Tobago? And then who would lose?
It's such an important point. As Senator Mark knows, and I said it in the other place, to another member of the UNC who was trying to torpedo this legislation, David Lee, I think, Honorable David Lee. Chaos will ensue because Sagicor Life and Sagicor General will, and the other 2, Massey United and insurance company, the West Indies, will no longer be able to operate. And who will get hurt? That's obvious. The little man, the policy holders. And therefore, I told the Honorable David Lee in the other place that I will not allow myself to fall into the trap, and the government will not fall into the trap of rhetoric and cause thousands of policyholders to suffer because come the 1st of July, these companies will no longer be able to operate. There will be mass chaos, weeping and gnashing of teeth. But let me continue. So apart from the fact that the world knows that COVID had a profound effect on business operations, the world knows this, apart from that fact. I mean, if one reads the international news, one sees that in China, they're having wave after wave after wave of COVID. They thought they had handled it. No, they're going into lockdowns and so on in China, of all places, where persons thought it was under control. But I don't think I need to dwell on that. As I said, you have to be living in outer space. You have to be living in Mars in order to make a statement that COVID could have had no effect on business. You have to be living in Mars. But what is left to be done is the most important aspect of the establishment of these local companies. And that is something called a vesting order. So all of the assets, policyholders' money, and all of the liabilities, the insurance plans and insurance policies have to be vested in the local companies. It takes about 6 months, based on other experience. It takes about 6 months at minimum, with everything working perfectly, for a vesting orders of this magnitude, because these are not little companies. Massey United has a small presence, but the others are not small. You're talking about thousands and thousands of policyholders. It takes at least 6 months to finalize a vesting order, because you have to vest all the assets, you have to vest all the liabilities, and this is for the protection of Trinidad and Tobago citizens. We are now at the stage where the companies have reorganized, and now the vesting orders are being prepared. When the vesting orders are prepared by the central bank, and I want to reiterate, it is the central bank that has asked for this legislation, and for good reason, because you don't want these thousands of little people to be thrown into agony on the 1st of July. They will have to draft the vesting order. They are now in the process of doing so. They will have to check all of the assets and liabilities. They then send it to the Ministry of Finance. I will have to engage auditors to review the assets and liabilities. We'll have to send it to the Attorney General's office, the Chief Parliamentary Counsel, to make sure that the vesting order is done properly. And when that is all said and done, then the vesting order can be implemented. It usually takes about 6 months. The central bank has erred on the side of caution and said they want an additional 12 months to complete that process. With respect to the allegations about Massey United, they are preposterous. Typical Wademark. Preposterous. It does not matter who owns Massey United. Whether Massey United is owned, it was a Barbados company, whether it's owned by people in Barbados or Trinidad, or because there are foreigners involved, it's a foreign registered company. Whether it's owned by people in Barbados or people in Miami is irrelevant. What is relevant is whoever owns it, it's a foreign company, and it must establish a local company. So that assertion that the sale of Massey United to some other foreign company is causing problems, and this is why we're coming with this, is preposterous. Because it doesn't matter who owns it. Once it's foreign, they must establish a local company. And they could sell it later on. Massey United could be sold 3 years from now to another foreign company, but citizens of Trinidad and Tobago will be protected because the local subsidiary will have been established. And I want to report, contrary to the misleading allegations of Senator Mark, the regulator in Barbados has approved the sale of the shares in Massey United to another entity, and so has the regulator in Trinidad and Tobago. So has the central bank. So this assertion about Massey United somehow being the reason for this is nonsense. I want to repeat. Whoever owns that company has to establish a local subsidiary for the protection of people in Trinidad and Tobago. Similarly, Senator Mark has a habit of speaking about matters that are sub judice. The central bank went through a tender process and decided to sell because the Colonial Life Insurance Company is under the supervision of the central bank by virtue of Section 44D of the Central Bank Act, which we took a lot of time in this parliament to deal with. And the central bank is not an insurance company. Central bank has no interest in running an insurance company. This thing has been going on forever. The takeover of CLICO took place over 10 years ago. So, a while back, the central bank decided it will dispose of the existing portfolio of insurance policies that are held by Colonial Life and dispose of it by public tender. They went through the process. They invited proposals. They evaluated proposals. It took a long time. And eventually, at the end of the day, they selected Sagicor. One of the other bidders was unhappy about that. So that other bidder has filed for judicial review. The matter has gone from the High Court to the Court of Appeal and is now before the Privy Council, and it comes up for hearing before the Privy Council next month. Senator Mark knows that, and yet he wants to comment on a matter that is sub judice. Again, it does not matter whether Sagicor acquires the policies, traditional policies of CLICO or not. It's irrelevant whether they get through or they don't get through. Whatever the Privy Council rules with respect to that judicial review application is irrelevant. We are talking about Sagicor proper in its existing condition, where you have thousands of policyholders. So again, that was a preposterous, misleading, egregious allegation from Senator Mark. With respect to the last point, well, that was the most ridiculous of all. In this chamber today, I've heard a whole set of argument about the minister requiring some sort of control, that ministers should not be allowed to go off on their own and do things. We just had a matter dealt with respect to the power of the minister to make a ministerial order with respect to bills of exchange, the features on the checks. If one were to listen to Senator Mark, if you don't know what's going on, he could send you off not just on a wild goose chase, but a whole flock of seagulls. Because what does the amendment say? The minister, on the recommendation of the central bank, which is a suggested amendment from Senator Amrita Deonarine just a little while ago. It is on the recommendation of the central bank. The minister cannot extend the date for the completion of the establishment of the local company until and unless it is recommended by the central bank. So the minister is simply a facilitator. The minister is not an autocrat or a dictator or on a escapade. I do wish the level of debate in this Senate, especially when it comes to Senator Mark, could rise to an acceptable standard. There is nothing he said that has any basis in reality. I reject it all. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Yeah. Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President, Vice President. There is little for me to say, Mr. Vice President, having listened to the speakers on this side who have preceded me. But I thought I would rise to add substance so as to enable us to understand that the concept of playing to the gallery ought not to be visited on this august house. I have arrived here lately. I consider this house a most solemn, dignified place in which we are all sworn to do the people's business. And I would implore the members on the other side, led by Senator Mark, to subscribe to the wisdom and dignity of this House in being relevant with that which they bring to the public gallery. So I thought I would rise against the background of the most remarkable submission made by Senator Mark to suggest, and I took a note of it, he said, in the context of a bill which is before this House, to extend the time for branches of foreign insurers to be allowed to register in order that they may be brought under the control of the central bank and the Minister of Finance to protect the people, the man and woman in the street of Trinidad and Tobago, when he said COVID is not the reason why. And he named, and I'm not going to name them, the insurance companies that this legislation is seeking to bring under regulatory control according to the laws of Trinidad and Tobago. He said COVID is not the reason why. And I thought I would rise to read, as I have done earlier today in the debate on the other legislation that we have passed here today, once more, to put on the record of this august House the remarks of the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council on the significance, if Senator Mark didn't appreciate it, of the pandemic that we are still in the throes of. And I will read from paragraphs 100 and 103 of the judgment of the Privy Council, which upheld the public health regulations passed by this government from since early 2000 in order to protect the lives of the citizens of this country who were severely impacted by none other than the COVID-19 pandemic. This is what the Privy Council said in a 53-page judgment upholding the regulations. The board is satisfied that the interference with the appellant's rights was proportionate and hence consistent with those rights and involved no violation of them. The rules, referring to the rules promulgated by the Minister of Health, were promulgated on the basis of expert scientific advice against a background of considerable uncertainty about how the disease was transmitted and how best to counter its spread. The public interest in issue, the protection of the right to life and the health of the whole population was an essentially important one. In the board's view, the rules struck a fair balance between the rights of the appellants and the general interests of the community and were plainly a proportionate means of protecting the public interest in the circumstances. Paragraph 101. On this aspect of the case, the board endorses the reasonings of Mr. Justice Budu Singh of the High Court of Trinidad and Tobago at first instance. If his judgment had depended on this point, he would have found that the rules were a proportionate response to the management of the pandemic in the circumstances which applied when they were promulgated and during the period they were maintained in place. As he explained in his judgment, the spread of COVID-19, I pause, parenthesis, that which Senator Mark today has suggested is not relevant to the consideration of that which we are about, and I continue. As he explained in his judgment, the spread of COVID-19 had been, quote unquote, rapid and pervasive, with the result that healthcare systems were placed under great strain and many people lost their lives. Based on scientific evidence, governments around the world, including in Trinidad and Tobago, felt the need to act quickly by implementing restrictions on rights and freedoms that would previously have been unthinkable. There was a need to respond urgently in the face of the pandemic, which called for consideration of a range of economic, social, and political factors in relation to which a significant measure of respect was to be accorded to the judgment of the executive and the legislature. The uncontradicted evidence of the Minister of Health, Mr. Varma Deyalsingh, and the Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Roshan Parasram, was to the effect that the rules were introduced on the basis of expert scientific evidence, which indicated that severe impacts would be likely to result if no action was taken. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President.
Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Mr. Vice President, thank you. Mr. Vice President, I sat here in complete amazement listening to Senator Mark on the other side. And Senator Mark made so many inflammatory statements. And Mr. Vice President, Senator Mark has made a career of being the poster child for abuse of parliamentary privilege. But he will sit here and accuse others of being economical with the truth, which I cannot believe he would do. And to make it worse, after asking all of these inflammatory questions and saying all of these things and inserting a level of chaos and bacchanal into a simple issue, a simple time extension, while the Minister of Finance and Acting Prime Minister was answering his questions, Senator Mark unbelievably left the chamber. He didn't even care to listen to the response, which tells you the level of gravity that we should all give the questions that were asked in the first place. Mr. Vice President, let me remind everyone why we are here. It is a simple time extension meant to maintain the status quo within the insurance industry so that people are not harmed. We are extending the reorganization period under the Insurance Act 2018. That is all. And the reason for doing that is because, as I read out earlier, the long, laborious process was hampered by the COVID crisis. Senator Mark stands in this House still denying that COVID ever existed.
Mr. Vice President, perhaps you can ask the Honorable Minister to raise the microphone a bit. A bit challenge on this side.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes. Sorry about that. Yes. So, this is the same Senator Mark that stood in this House and spoke to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and said that the solution for COVID was sunlight and punch-in, while people were dying all over the world and especially right here in Trinidad and Tobago. Right in the Ministry of Finance, the officers could not function for periods of time. We had as Minister of Finance said, people could not come to the office, could not work, we had a curfew. All of this was happening. Of course, all of that would have hampered the process. Senator Mark somehow missed all of that and came up with some conspiracy theory that we were trying to prefer this one over that one because of some purchase or whatever. It doesn't matter who purchased what. If you are not a registered local entity in Trinidad and Tobago in the insurance industry, you had a period of time to get your house in order. That is all that is being done here. Simple. It's a mundane time extension. Senator Mark used his gifts to insert a level of mystery and bacchanalia to something that I thought couldn't be done. But let me move on. Yes. The extension of 1 year, is it required? This is recommended based on the complex process involved in reorganization and the impact of COVID-19 as indicated before. What aspects of government prevented insurers completing the deadline? A question asked by Senator Mark is one that I didn't think required any real response, because anyone who was alive would have known what was happening last year. But I will go into it just for Senator Mark's sake. Aspects of COVID-19 which impacted on insurers meeting the deadline: limited operations at the company's registry, appointment systems, etc. This would have particularly impacted the cooperation of the local insurance companies and submission of evidence of appointment of directors and other officers to the central bank. Lockdown requirements and limited staff availability. Staff of insurers had to deal with urgent operational matters. Many companies had to update their IT systems to operate effectively during COVID-19, which required additional time and attention. Also, the central bank had to give extensions to the banking and insurance industry for certain critical deadlines. Example, the submission of regulatory returns and audited financial statements. Thus was due to the impact of COVID-19 on the resources of the sector. These relief measures were standard among regulators in other jurisdictions due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Audited financial statements and regulatory returns are required as part of the process for reorganization. However, the operations of auditors were impacted by COVID-19. Other professional advisors to the insurers were impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, example, legal advisors, and so on. I could go on and on. The entire operations of this country, both private and public sector, were severely affected by the COVID-19 virus. Why did the acquisition of the Massey Group by Corrales take so long? The senator referred to a sale agreement since 2021. The regulatory approvals were not issued until May 2022, 9 months later, due to the impact of COVID-19 on the process. The concern is that branches do not have assets in Trinidad and Tobago, and citizens are thus exposed to risk, just as the Minister of Finance and Acting Prime Minister said earlier. The assets supporting the liabilities of policyholders in respect to a branch are held in the statutory fund on trust with a local licensee. The statutory fund does not reside in the jurisdiction of the parent. Also, foreign insurers must hold a statutory deposit with the central bank to protect Trinidad and Tobago policy holders. Madam President, it is that simple of a matter, and I hope that I've answered, or that Senator Mark's questions have been answered here today, even though he decided not to stick around to listen to those answers. But as I say to you and the national community, this is a simple time extension to maintain the status quo in the very competitive insurance industry to ensure that the people of this country are not harmed. The rules are put in place for reorganization to ensure that if anything goes wrong, local policy holders are protected, even if those policies are with international firms. It is that simple. And Madam President, with those few words, I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Insurance Act 2018 be now read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Insurance Act 2018.
Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 66-1, I beg to move that the Insurance Amendment Bill 2022 be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the Insurance Amendment Bill 2022 be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate shall now go into committee of the whole to consider the bill clause by clause. Members, there are two clauses in this bill, but I should add that I think some amendments are being circulated as we speak by Senator Mark. So it should be emailed to you at this stage. So can you just check, please? So just to make sure, I'm being told that you should be receiving it. It should be there. But yes? Yes? Okay. Minister, you ready? Yes, Attorney General? The question is,
Clause 1.
The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 1 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 1 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 2.
The question is that Clause 2 stand part of the bill. Senator Mark.
Yes, Madam Chair, I have a very simple and straightforward amendment. While I am reluctant, but I have to support it, meaning that the minister will have to extend the time for this body, foreign branches of insurance companies, until the 30th of June 2023. I would say we are in support of that, given the circumstances. However, we are suggesting and recommending that in Clause 2C, subsection 2A, that any recommendation coming from the central bank on any further matters surrounding this issue must be subject to an affirmative resolution, and it must end there. And further, Madam Chair, we do not believe the minister should be given the power to extend the date referred to in subsection 1 and 2 at this time. We believe affirmative resolution for any further engagement is sufficient at this time.
Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We do not accept the proposal for the amendment to substitute affirmative for negative. As Senator Mark is well aware, that is a procedure, that is to say the procedure for negative and affirmative resolution that is well ensconced in the procedures of this Parliament. And I would add additionally, and again, as Senator Mark is well aware, each House of Parliament has a statutory instruments committee, and it is the duty of such committees to carefully examine all instruments which are subject to the negative procedure, so that it is not correct to suggest, as he has done in earlier comments today or now, that the negative procedure parliamentary process is to bypass the parliamentary procedure. We therefore do not accept the proposal for affirmative to replace negative. Thank you.
Senator Mark.
It is not a question only of the affirmative, Madam Chair. It is giving the minister the power to further extend the date whenever it suits him and the central bank. And what we are saying is that that is unacceptable. We are saying that if the government wishes to extend the time as they are proposing here, no problem. But any further extension must be subject to an affirmative resolution and must be debated in the Parliament. So that is our position, Madam Chair.
Senator Vieira.
Thank you, Chair. Just to point out that under the Insurance Act, the parent legislation on Section 214, it is provided that the minister may, on the recommendation of the central bank, make regulations for the purpose of giving effect to this act. So this is entirely consistent with the Parent Act, and I think that we need to keep it that way.
Attorney General, anything?
Senator Vieira, thank you.
So, Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 2 be amended as circulated by Senator Mark. Those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no.
No. Division.
Mr. Armour, SC?
No.
Ms. Gopiskun?
No.
Mr. Senanan?
No.
Mr. Hussain?
No.
Ms. West?
No.
Mr. Mitchell?
No.
Dr. Ibrahim?
No.
Mr. Bacchus?
No.
Mr. De Freitas?
No.
Mr. Sagramson Sukla?
No.
Mr. Singh?
No.
Mrs. Azama Singh?
No.
Mr. Hissop?
No.
Mr. Young?
No.
Ms. Bethelmy?
No.
Mr. Mark?
Yes.
Ms. John?
Yes.
Mr. Nacken?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Mr. Richards?
No.
Mr. Vieira?
No.
Dr. Deyalsingh?
Yes.
Ms. Dunaran?
No.
Ms. Sipasad?
No.
Mr. Timal?
No.
Mrs. Thompson, aye.
Abstain.
Dr. Dylan Remy?
No.
Mr. Welch?
No.
Madam Chair, the result of the division is as follows. 5 senators voting in favor, 22 senators voting against. There was 1 abstention.
Honourable Senators, the result of the division is as follows. 5 senators voted in favour of the amendment, 22 senators voted against the amendment, and 1 senator abstained. The amendment, therefore, has not been accepted. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 2 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 2 now stands part of the bill. Honourable Senators, the question is that the bill be now reported to the Senate. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will now be reported to the Senate. Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Madam President, I wish to report that the Insurance Amendment Bill 2022 was considered in Committee of the Whole and approved without amendments. I now beg to move that the Senate agree with the committee's report.
Senators, the question is, does this Senate agree with the committee's report on the Insurance Amendment Bill 2022? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Madam President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Insurance Act 2018 be now read a third time and passed.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Insurance Act 2018 be now read a third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Insurance Act 2018.
Acting Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. I beg to move that this Senate do now adjourn to Thursday, June 23rd, 2022 at 2:30 p.m. when we will debate an act to amend the Sexual Offences Act, Chapter 1128, and for other related matters. And time permitting, we would then move to the motion to adopt the report of the Special Select Committee established to consider and report on the Sexual Offences Amendment Number 3 Bill 2021. Thank you.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to Thursday, June the 23rd, 2022 at 2:30 p.m. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to Thursday, June the 23rd, 2022 at 2:30 p.m.